All right, so good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Extended Reality Spring Summit at UCLA. My name is Guey, and I've been co-facilitating the XR Initiative Working Group here with Dr. Francesca Albrezzi. And as a land-grant institution, the XR Initiative at UCLA acknowledges the Gabrielino Tongva peoples as the traditional land caretakers of Tobangar. So for the past 4 years, many folks on campus have been meeting on a monthly basis to listen to guest speakers and, more importantly, build bridges between the different groups who are either curious about or already using XR technologies. And recently, we've opened up these meetings to the wider UC system. So this event is really a celebration of this community we built together and to facilitate even more collaborations in the future. So I just want to thank you all for showing up and supporting each other in this space. And can I see a show of hands of anyone who is a current student at UCLA? Awesome, great. We have an amazing representation here. We just want to encourage all of you to get involved if this is an industry that you're interested in, and as staff, and I'm sure many faculty members would want to hear if you would also like to see more of this technology in the classroom. So whether that's 360 videos, VR, or AR. So before I introduce our keynote speaker, I'd just like to go over some housekeeping. So first, I'd like to acknowledge all of our amazing coordinators. So if you don't mind standing up and kind of giving a wave, we have Francesca Albrezzi, Janar Barjaran, and registering us and checking us in, Hyun Cho, Kasiamba Okeo, Chris Thompson, Michael Samolczyk, and Josh Manweek. So if you have any questions during the summit, please go ahead and ask them. And so after our morning sessions, we'll actually have a bit of a shuffle while we rearrange the room. And so I just want to give everyone a heads up here. And we have a couple of vendors here from Pico VR and Verti just to demo some of their products. And we lost the screen again, so sorry guys. But we'll end the afternoon talks with a networking session and refreshments sponsored by Pico VR. So please stick around. And we just want to also thank our sponsors from the English department, the Digital Humanities Program, the Social Sciences Center for Education, Research, and Technology, as well as DataX for sponsoring this event. You guys can give us 1 second. I think we're going to take a 2-minute breather and maybe switch over to the computer. So we can avoid this from happening because it's going to keep happening. So if you guys don't mind just waiting, giving us a couple minutes. Thank you. So I think we're ready for the keynote speaker. Amanda Licastro uses she, her pronouns. Oh, let me turn on the music. Is the Digital Scholarship Librarian and lecturer in the English department at Swarthmore College, where she supports the use of emerging technologies in research and teaching. So her scholarship explores the intersection of technology and writing, including book history, dystopian literature, and digital humanities, with a focus on digital publishing and immersive realities. The grant-funded project on integrating virtual reality across the curriculum that Amanda developed and executed at Stevenson University was awarded the Paul Fortier Prize at the 2017 Digital Humanities Conference. And since then, she has gone on to support immersive reality initiatives at the University of Pennsylvania and Swarthmore College, where she focuses on the ethical use of extended reality for accessibility. That work informed her publications on XR, including in the Journal of Interactive Technology and Pedagogy, Reviews in Digital Humanities, Digital Library Pedagogy Toolkit, and forthcoming in Digital Literacies and Human Connection. So let's give a warm welcome for Amanda.
Okay, can everyone hear me? Yeah? Okay, wonderful. First, I'd like to thank Joy and Francesca, Sydney, Wynn, and everyone who coordinated this event and for such a warm welcome, both last night and today. Yours better? Okay. And I'd like to thank the technology for demonstrating my title today. Very convenient. So you heard the bio that Joy just gave, but I did want to highlight a couple of things about myself that might help you contextualize this talk. So first of all, I went to a PhD program in English that was very unique. I was able to focus in digital humanities. My dissertation was a big data study, but also I got a certificate in interactive technology and pedagogy. Part of that certificate was a fellowship where I helped integrate interactive technology into the curriculum in pedagogically sound ways. And I was able to work with faculty across all disciplines as part of that fellowship. It was really unique and really set the stage for my future career. So I did start as a very traditional faculty member and assistant professor in English at Stevenson University, which is a small regional comprehensive university outside of Baltimore, Maryland. And then during the quarantine portion of the pandemic, I switched tracks to what we call alt-ac, or an alternative academic career, working as the emerging and digital literacy designer at the University of Pennsylvania, which is an entirely different type of school, right? A huge Ivy League university. I am now the digital scholarship librarian, and I teach courses in English and the digital humanities at Swarthmore, which is a small liberal arts school. So the reason I'm emphasizing this, right, is that my examples in this presentation today are really going to be from every possible type of institution that we have in higher education. And I really want to demonstrate that it is possible to do this work in a wide variety of contexts. Two other things I wanted to highlight. First of all, I am a member of the editorial collective of the Journal of Interactive Technology and Pedagogy. We have a special issue on extended reality, co-edited by myself, Victoria Szabo at Duke, and the late Angel David Nieves, who I think about and honor in all of my work. And if you are looking for a place to publish your work using XR in the classroom, pedagogically, please, please, please come talk to us. We would love to publish your work. And last but not least, if you are looking for mentorship, if you're someone new to the world of XR and you're thinking about designing some curriculum around digital humanities, especially with a social justice lens, I encourage you to apply to the Digital Ethnic Futures or DEF CON mentorship. I am a mentor for DEF CON, but you can also be mentored by this program. So two things to keep in mind. Okay, so what are we going to talk about today? I'm going to explain my title, how I got to this idea of embracing the glitch. I'm going to answer the question I get asked at every single presentation I ever do, why immersive realities, right? As opposed to all the other educational technologies we could embrace. I'm going to talk a little bit about the empathy debate, which is really the center of a lot of the work I do in this space. I'm going to give you some examples of XR across the curriculum, and then I'm going to do a deep dive into my own course, Virtual Bodies, Virtual Worlds. Is there a way to make this? Should I make this full screen, or should we just not mess with it? Full screen, we should try. Let's see. No, that's, okay, well, we'll try as big as we can get here. Okay, so at this year's American Studies Association conference in Montreal, I was in a panel where I saw this project, an archive of queer care by Joseph Amedy from Lehigh University. This project took oral histories of HIV positive and AIDS patients during the quarantine portion of the pandemic and asked them questions about their extreme experience of isolation during this time. Joseph took a very simple app that would probably work on almost all of your smartphones, Polycam, and did 360-degree scans of the spaces while the person narrated their experience. What I found really fascinating about this project is that instead of then exporting those scans to a 3D modeling program to clean them up, Joseph specifically left this melty feeling, these holes you can see in the space. He embraced those imperfections, and for me, it gave it a really stunning quality of the way we really experience memory. Right? Memory is imperfect. It is melty along the edges, but it's still beautiful and authentic in so many ways. So in the Q&A, I asked Joseph why he decided to embrace the glitch. And he was really excited to receive that question and to talk through his artistic process. And that phrase has really stuck with me because it encapsulates a lot of what we experience when we work with emerging technologies, right? Is that they're imperfect. They don't always work the way we expect or the way we plan. In fact, I would venture that most of us want our technologies to be seamless. Look at the screen of your iPhone, right? There are no seams. There are no ways of seeing inside, of breaking it open, of breaking it down. We want it to work magically. We want it to work quickly. We want it to be predictable in all ways. But emerging technology isn't that. And I turned to this amazing piece, Breakdown as Method by Tamara Nice, who explores when technology doesn't work the way we want it and how we actually archive and document technology when it's constantly evolving and constantly changing. And here she's quoting Whit Powell, who works on trans computing and gaming history, talking about how when the technology breaks down, that's when we're able to really see the systems and structures behind those technology. And we ourselves are put into a place of vulnerability, a place of undoing, of unmending. And that place of vulnerability, both for me and the students I work with, is really very generative. It's really a place where you can find the future, the possibility, the potential for these technologies, even though they're not working the way you expect. So how did I come here? How did I come to a place where I was working so deeply with immersive realities? Go back to 2016. In November, the print edition of the New York Times came with a little cardboard box. Anyone use one of these before? Excellent. Okay. So the articles that were printed in the New York Times were paired with QR codes on the side of this box that allowed you to experience those articles in 360 degrees. These were journalistic pieces. They were very much cinematic, narrative, documentary style pieces of journalism that helped enhance the print edition of the New York Times. First of all, I always like when we can pair old technology with new technology and make that bridge for folks who may be unfamiliar with the new technology. So I brought this cardboard box to Thanksgiving that year, and everyone from my 6-year-old niece to my 75-year-old father-in-law was enthralled. They really understood what was happening in these 360-degree spaces. They understood how it related to the print articles, and they were, you could see an emotional reaction to the material. So I said, I am currently teaching Introduction to Digital Publishing, and I was teaching a history of media course called From Gutenberg to Google Books. Remember, this was in 2016, okay? And I thought, I'd really be doing my students a disservice not to bring this technology into the classroom because I think it's the future of publishing. So I wrote to the New York Times and I said, would you mind sending me 35 Google Cardboards to work with my students? I was at a very under-resourced university. We did not have the kind of money to spend on this technology. And they said, sure, as long as you send us your pedagogical materials to print in the education section. Well, that was an easy decision, right? So I said yes, they sent me these materials. And what I did is for my final project for both of these courses that term is I asked students to design their own educational virtual reality application inspired by the content of our course. But I didn't stop there. I partnered with a local education technology company, Mosaic Learning, and I asked them to come in and judge the students' final projects. So think Shark Tank style pitches to this educational technology company. Well, Mosaic Learning was so impressed that they actually offered financial compensation and attribution to the winning group and made their application into a full-fledged virtual reality application that they now sell on their platform. So huge success. The students got a lot out of it. I got a lot out of it, and I decided that it was worth exploring further. So I wrote and received a grant to integrate this technology across the curriculum. It was a 2-year-long grant, and we did pre and post surveys of over 26 courses in every school at Stevenson University. And the data was overwhelming that these technologies did have a deep impact on learning, that students were able to take the concepts and transfer them and apply them further after using these technologies, and that the faculty members found that it reinvigorated their curriculum and that it created more experiential, engaged, student-centered learning, no matter what their disciplinary background was. So my 3 goals for this project were accessibility, inclusion, and democratization. I wanted to provide access in every definition of that term. I wanted to provide greater access to information, greater access to the curriculum. I wanted to provide access for people who learn in different ways, through different modalities, and who access information through different ways of learning. And I wanted to provide curriculum that was inclusive both in terms of the content, but also the content creators, right? So inclusion on both sides of the creation process. This book just came out, seriously, last month, not even last month, maybe this month it just came out. But I cannot emphasize enough how wonderfully this book captures the early days of VR in the same ways that inspired me at this early moment. Because in 2016, 2017, and you'll see that this book takes place here in Los Angeles for all of you, the industry of virtual reality was actually a lot more diverse and inclusive than most of Silicon Valley. You had a lot more female identifying CEOs, you had more people of color as content creators, and you had more young artists and creatives in the industry who may not have known the technical side, but were still creating beautiful work. That really inspired me and my students to think about ways that the technology industry could represent them. The faces I was seeing in my classroom were reflected back at them in this very burgeoning, emerging industry. Again, I'm not going to go deeply into the history because you should read this book about it. At the same time, I was seeing a slew of articles claiming that empathy was on decline. Millennials are killing empathy. Doctors don't have empathy. Silicon Valley doesn't have empathy. Seriously, if you look at like the early 2010s, you're gonna just see a waterfall of these kinds of articles, both in popular media and in trade publications. And a lot of the response was that it's okay because we can teach empathy. We can teach empathy through the humanities, through reading books, through watching films, right, through engaging with documentary film. So I was intrigued by why empathy was suddenly in the news, was suddenly seemingly so important in our culture. And then I encountered this now incredibly famous video, TED Talk from Christopher Milk. So Christopher Milk is a documentary filmmaker. And in this TED Talk, he claims that virtual reality will be the ultimate empathy machine. And what he's referring to is an application that he created with Gabo Aurora, where you follow an 8-year-old girl through a Syrian refugee camp. And then at the end of this TED Talk, he shows how he brought this video to the G20 summit in order to change policy about the way that refugees are treated. So what I found compelling about this is that he was attempting to move beyond sympathy towards a call to action, towards altruism. But I found a lot of other parts about it a little bit uncomfortable and problematic. And I wanted to explore that place of discomfort and figure out, is virtual reality a platform to work with social justice, to work with inequities, and to help generate change and positive change in our culture? That brought me to Lisa Nakamura's brilliant work. And if you have not read this piece, Feeling Good About Feeling Bad, Virtuous Virtual Reality and the Automation of Racial Empathy, can't recommend it highly enough. But in this piece, Lisa Nakamura talks about toxic embodiment and witnessing racial suffering in these spaces. And she calls for the need for us to be able to really critique these emerging technologies and how, when we see them as these glossy beacons of hope, that sometimes we miss the material conditions in which they're created, and particularly the labor, right? The very racialized and gendered labor behind them. I was very fortunate enough to have Lisa Nakamura come to campus at UPenn, and she was in conversation with me and Lisa Chatin. That YouTube video is up on the Kelly Writers House, so all of you can watch it and hear her really extrapolate on her thinking here. So from there, I did a really deep dive into the literature, and I was very inspired by these three women scholars and writers. I'm going to start right here on the far left with Jade Davis. I worked with Jade Davis at the University of Pennsylvania, and her book just came out on the other side of empathy, where she really talks about the need for the tech industry to sell us empathy instead of listening to the people who are telling their stories directly and believing them directly, right? And this book is really cracks open that debate from the side of a Black woman who is experiencing empathy as weaponized against her. And then if you look on the far right, I'm going to point to Simone Brown's work, which I teach and cite so often. This is Dark Matters, and in this, Simone Brown is talking about the history of surveillance technologies and how they've been used to police and create boundaries for the Black community. And then here in the middle, and I know that many of you already know Jasmine Clark in the room, so this is going to be a familiar name for you, but Jasmine Clark has created very practical materials for putting these theoretical ideas into practice when you're actually using XR technology in the classroom. So I pointed to two here that are part of the digital library toolkit on XR, and there's many, many more fantastic resources. She even has a 3-day course on learning how to make your XR applications more accessible. So one of the key takeaways from Jasmine that I want to share here is that in order for us to deeply understand our relationship to what we're seeing, especially in narrative, representational, virtual reality, is that we need to develop a greater self-awareness and the limits of our own knowledge or implicit bias. And we need to consider the ways that the learners we're working with need to deconstruct and interrogate how they exist in the world and how that's helping them interpret the information that they're seeing on the screen. So after all of that work, after reading a lot of theory, working with a lot of students, working with a lot of scholars who represented a wide diversity of perspectives, when I started the Immersive Realities Initiative at Stevenson, this became my mission, to really think about socially engaged, critical scholarship using the digital tools. And I want to say that I'm very fortunate to have a fantastic, supportive team and university behind me that really allows me to engage in this work. So in order to enact this, there are 3 main areas that we focus on: course integration and instruction, events and workshops, and research and scholarship. And I'm going to give you some examples of each. So to give you some numbers, when I was at Stevenson during that 2-year stint, we integrated XR into 26 courses across the curriculum. At the University of Pennsylvania, at the height of the pandemic during quarantine, we did 19 courses, and these were mostly graduate level courses, where at Stevenson it was all undergraduate courses. And as of this month at Swarthmore College, I will have integrated XR into 20 courses across the curriculum, and I've only been there for 18 months. My goal was 5. My goal was 5 classes. Why? We only have 1,500 students. We're an incredibly small school. I think we're less than one of your undergraduate classes right here at UCLA. We're an incredibly small school, but the response has been absolutely mind-blowing. Like, it was so much more than I thought was going to come from such a small campus with me being a new face on that campus. You'll notice that all of these numbers are hovering around 20. That's my limitation, right? That's at least one VR demo a week during a 16-week semester. That means that I'm constantly doing XR demos, right? So it's really my limitation that it's not more than this. I really have to cut it off at 20 because I just can't be in that many places at once. So here's one of my very first examples that I want to share, and this is a collaboration with Dr. Matt Kenyatta at the University of Pennsylvania. This is in the School of Design, which is a graduate-only program, graduate students-only program. And what Dr. Matt, which is what he likes to be referred to, what Dr. Matt asked is, he said, we have a problem where most of the students in our architecture program come from outside the American context. And they land in Philadelphia, and we have a racial context that they're struggling to understand, that they're struggling to orient themselves to. They don't understand the history of Philadelphia, and they don't understand the racial context in the United States. So how can we, as part of student orientation, develop a unit that helps students understand this context without alienating them or leaving them feeling less equipped to deal with already a very intimidating situation? So together we put together a module on our course management system where students did theoretical readings and historical readings about this topic, including readings about the theory of representation in virtual spaces. And then we gave them an overview of the context about how the University of Pennsylvania, in a very literal built environment way, was keeping the rest of the neighborhood out, right? Like they very much built walls around the campus to keep the rest of Philadelphia out, yeah? And that the architecture really spoke to the racial tensions between the University of Pennsylvania and the West Philadelphia community, and how that same tension existed in other places across the city that they should be aware of. We then had them do virtual reality applications and an augmented reality tour of campus that explored the University of Pennsylvania's relationship with enslaved people. So all of you on your phone right now can download the free Pen and Slavery app, which is an alternative tour of the University of Pennsylvania, which includes narratives by community members who are the descendants of enslaved peoples, who were enslaved by members of the University of Pennsylvania, and archival material from our library. You can do it on campus and it will be geolocated, but you can do it from anywhere and still get the full experience. That application was created entirely by students at the University of Pennsylvania. So after we did the XR demos with the group, with the students, you can see we broke them into small groups and had guided discussions. And the goal here was really to generate conversation and open up dialogue about these very difficult topics before they even started their coursework, and to kind of orient them that this program in architecture was going to be about design justice, right? Not just brick and mortar, but design justice at its core. Another phenomenal project that I was a part of at the University of Pennsylvania was Remembering World War II Paris with Melanie Perron. So this project was a study abroad trip. So this is a French class, an upper level French class, undergraduate students who actually traveled to Paris with 360-degree cameras and filmed oral histories of World War II survivors in the spaces that their families had occupied during the war. This is part of a much larger archival project where Melanie and her students collected ephemera and documents, and there's a huge website full of many materials that you can explore here. But you can see that this is creating new and original content that the students were involved in working with the community members, with filming, with editing, and with producing that final website to share it publicly. I'm not going to play this video for you, but Joy has has circulated these slides for you to read, to listen to the whole talk. And I want to emphasize that she actually shows you the community members' reactions to the 360-degree videos after they were complete, and how deeply emotionally impacted they were seeing these spaces come alive virtually and being able to share them publicly in that way. Oop. Yes, okay. All right, and this one, I have to tell you, this one gives me goosebumps every single time I talk about it, because It really, for me, shows the power of therapeutic VR. So most of what I've been showing you is representational VR. This is therapeutic VR, where it's actually part of a treatment plan for patients. And at the University of Pennsylvania, they created phantom limb pain, where they have patients who are missing a limb who experience debilitating pain. Instead of the traditional mirror box therapy, they can actually simulate the use of that limb using virtual reality. If you look at the bottom here, you can see that they found that not only did it radically reduce pain, but it also created lower ratings of depression and anxiety and helped these patients interact with the world without fear of pain. I got the goosebumps. It's really just amazing, right? That this is changing people's lives, this virtual reality application. And now I want to show you two quick examples from Swarthmore College. So this is Chinatown, then and now. For those of you who don't know, the 76ers are trying to build a stadium in Philadelphia's Chinatown, and the local residents are very unhappy about that. I think y'all have a similar story here in LA, so you can probably relate to this. But this group of students in this class studied the history of Chinatown, and we brought in a virtual reality application called Wander, where they're able to go into Chinatown, and then if you see in this far picture right here, you can see right here that you can actually pick which date you want to see that exact location in. So they were looking at how the businesses at specific locations have changed over time, whether they remain the same or whether there was rapid turnover. And then they went into our archives and looked at the census information, at deeds, and tried to understand who the actual humans, the people behind these places were. And they went in with a cultural liaison, and they did some oral history work asking the people who had owned these businesses what the impact of the stadium moving in would be, and they created a story map using ArcGIS that tells these stories, tells the real human impact of what would happen if the stadium moved in, and they were able to do that because of this Wander application that allowed them to identify the places that they wanted to study further. And now I want to move into two examples of events that we've done. So those are all course integrations. These are a couple of events we've done. So this is the Immersive Collection Symposium, and this is with your very own Sydney Wynn, who's in the MILS and Digital Humanities departments here at UCLA, along with Sinatra Smith, Jasmine Clark, and Hato Thum, who is from the University of Vietnam. All of these speakers talked about how they were using virtual reality to enhance access to their collections, right? To digitize their collections and have people really working with underrepresented and understudied collections at their university. And this I like to highlight because we are absolutely in a mental health crisis, especially with the undergraduate population on most campuses. And our university hosts this Trail to Wellness, where we had VR meditations. And I was expecting this to be more of a fun, lighthearted, but actually the students all came up to me and was like, I really needed that. That really helped. Thank you so much. And we did this the week before finals, where anxiety was really at its peak. So this is something very easy you can do on every campus. So what have we learned from all of these things? First of all, outreach is critical. In this picture is my student intern, Aiden Corpus, who's phenomenal. Together, we basically cold call, right? Cold email professors who we think would have interesting classes where XR would really enhance their curriculum. We work with professors and staff and students across campus, help them set clear goals to using this technology, to connect this technology with their learning objectives, with their learning goals and their courses or for their events. And we create teaching materials. We have a LibGuide and a Zotero folder full of articles from all the different disciplines, data-driven studies to prove the efficacy. We send accessibility guidelines before and after every event and work to accommodate every student, no matter what their ability levels. We always demonstrate the app live in front of the audience, so Aiden will wear the headset and I will narrate how to select an application, how to teleport, how to adjust the eye lenses, all of these technical developments. And we always plan to fail, right? There's always one headset that doesn't work. There's always one application that's suddenly down. You know, we created an entire curriculum around Mozilla hubs, and now it's going away. It no longer exists as of this month, right? So we always plan to fail, and we're always pivoting at the last minute, but that's, again, kind of part of the excitement and part of why we are always able to be constantly learning, and students ourselves. To end, I'm going to give you a deep dive into my class that's built entirely around understanding these technologies. And this is a course that's offered for the English major and the digital humanities minor. This course, Virtual Bodies and Virtual Worlds, is what we call a critical creative seminar. So instead of students writing final research papers, they do creative projects. It is a literature course, so it is grounded in very dystopian apocalyptic texts. That's my expertise. But these are texts that often people don't know about, so I like to highlight them here. The first one you see on the screen there, Riding the Trail of Tears, is about the indigenous experience in virtual spaces. It is a virtual recreation of the Trail of Tears, and it is as gut-wrenching as you imagine that to be. So there are trigger warnings here for everything you can possibly be triggered by. But it really helps the students concretize a lot of those concepts around toxic embodiment, tragedy, tourism, and all the things that the theorists I introduced earlier bring up. This middle one is a play by Jennifer Haley, and we actually put this play on at Stevenson University with our students as the actors. And this really presses at the boundaries of empathy, like a huge trigger warning for child abuse and suicidality in this piece, but it raises really interesting questions about whether we should be anonymous online, you know, data surveillance and collection, and kind of the future of these spaces. And then this one you may be familiar with, Margaret Atwood's Oryx and Crake, which really gets at more of the corporate surveillance in our society and our comfort or discomfort with that corporate surveillance. So in this class, the students read these texts, they read the theoretical texts, they do short provocations, and they lead discussions about the texts. And then for their midterm project, they go to the makerspace and they collaboratively design a game, a board game about surveillance using our 3D printers, our laser cutters, our art supplies, our textile supplies, and they actually use AI to help them with the game mechanics because they only have 3 hours to do this game sprint design. This really helps them orient to a lot of the emerging technologies because the large majority of them are humanities majors. They most often have never been to the makerspace and never even dreamed about using a lot of these technologies in their curriculum. That creative midterm project then leads to the final project where they write a grant proposal based on the NEH Digital Humanities Startup Grant, and they develop a very clear work plan and design concept for a virtual or augmented reality application that was inspired by the themes of the fictional work that we read. To do this, they do work in small groups. They have very clear roles, and we have a very clear rubric of how they're assessed in those groups. I'm happy to talk more about that in the Q&A. So when preparing to make their own XR applications, they critique a variety of XR applications, both cinematic and simulation, so the 360 degrees or computer-generated applications. These are a small number of applications that I've used recently, but I change them every year based on the student population and the curriculum. And we're also really, really lucky to have Peter DeSherney at the University of Pennsylvania, who's come talk to my students about the process of making the Heart of Puerto Rico and how he worked with the community members in Puerto Rico to create that application. If you have questions about any of these applications, if any of them are new to you, I'm happy to talk about them or others that I've integrated into the curriculum. But as you can see, most of them are very narrative-based. So then they create a prototype. I really like using storyboards to help them understand each frame of their application. This one happens to be about a corporate compound, like a corporate town that the workers are trying to unionize. They're trying to create a labor union, and they have to try not to get caught, right, by the corporation who runs their town. And I've also linked to a couple of the final projects that I think are really exemplary. In this one, my student Sheldon actually went around, I have permission to use all of these, by the way, from the students. This student actually, their team went around and filmed him being surveilled in student-centered places as a Black man on campus. Including the bank on campus where cops actually like came up and were like, are you supposed to be here? And a football game where one of the university police like followed him around the stadium. So really, and none of this was planned, right? It wasn't acted, like this was just filming him in these spaces. Again, I've linked all these for you to watch the full videos. And then this one, which was really fabulous and very much inspired by Simone Brown's work. This team actually built, using 3D modeling software, what they believe the future of the incarceration system should look like. And they embedded videos of currently incarcerated and formerly incarcerated folks talking about what they would like to see change in the prison space. So why does this work? Most of the time when we integrate a new technology into the curriculum, we let the technology drive the pedagogy. Oh, someone gave us 20 iPads, what should we do with them, right? Or, oh, we have this big interactive smartboard, how can we use it in the classroom? Or we let the pedagogy drive the technology. I want my students to create a website, but I have to work within this LMS. Well, that's not really ideal, that's not public facing, right? That's a walled garden. What we should be doing is using this concept of entangled pedagogy, where we're really emphasizing methods over the technology and where teachers and students are collaborating on the design and practice. But in order to do that, we have to embrace uncertainty and imperfection. We have to be really open and honest about what may fail and what might not turn out the way we expect. But because of that, we create collaborative knowledge-making experiences where the knowledge is distributed, responsive, and more ethical. You don't actually have to take my word for it. This is two of many of the student responses I've gotten from this class. The white box you see is part of the anonymous evaluations that I get, so I can't tell you who said this, but you can see that the student very specifically said that they enjoyed the time spent in the makerspace and with the VR headset because having a tactile experience brought the course themes into more tangible activities, making the lessons feel less futuristic and more relevant to their everyday lives. And what's really meaningful for me here is that the students said that I was able to create an inclusive and comfortable community where they felt eager instead of anxious about participating in that class. And then on the black box you see here, this is an email a student sent me that again I have permission to share. And this student says how much they really liked the VR experiences, that it inspired them to think creatively and experiment as much as possible, that they, because of the critical discussions we had about toxic embodiment and ethics in VR, it made them want to go into the digital humanities field as a career. And again, it specifically says that even though their year was very stressful, that this class wasn't stressful for them, that they felt really engaged, that it was fun and intriguing. And then that little PS at the bottom that all their friends signed up for the class next semester is always good, right? We always want people in our classes. So that's all from me. Thank you so much for your time and attention, and please reach out anytime. I think we have time for Q&A, yes? Yes, okay, yeah.
So, are you familiar with the concept of uncanny valley?
Yes, absolutely, we talk about it a lot in the class.
Okay, so I was wondering if you found a difference between using more 3D characters and if you found a way to leverage cartoons versus the videos that you were doing in some of the content that I said.
Yeah, absolutely. So students, when they're orienting themselves to the VR space, we do some like fun, low stakes games like Townscaper, Archeo, Rec Room, just to teach them like how to use the technology. And in all of those, they're creating an avatar. And I actually have them use a very simple program online to create their avatars. And then I have them write a short reflection piece on whether they've made their avatar similar to themselves or different to them themselves and why. right? So is it the same race, gender, age, height? Are they a giant cat? You know what I mean? Like, and why they made those decisions. Yeah. 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 Yeah, and there's actually a very obvious answer for that. So when Apple designed the new Vision headset, they made sure none of their phones supported Google Cardboard anymore. Sorry, shell out $35,000 or don't use Apple products for VR, yeah? And that is actually the case across the board. So a lot of the small startup companies that were doing really creative, boundary-pushing virtual reality, they were all bought up by the big companies, Meta and Apple specifically. So now we only really have 2 players in the game, where before we had a really distributed model of content creation. I really miss those Google Cardboards, especially when I worked with K through 12 students.
I think this maybe follows on that question around these like the ongoing march of let's just say neoliberal capital with XR and hubs in particular. I guess I'm really curious about. I've been thinking so much about the death of hubs, and I guess as somebody who's worked with that a lot, I know a number of us in this room have as well. I guess I'm kind of curious about what strategies or tactics you've taken toward either preserving some of that work, looking for alternatives. Like, how are you addressing the death of that particular platform?
That's a great question. Thanks so much. I'm kind of trapped behind this podium. So I use Mozilla Hubs, especially with classes in art that wanted to create virtual gallery spaces, because there's a very easy virtual gallery template that then they could populate with their own art objects, and people could take virtual tours where they could be describing their art. We also held several virtual conferences in Mozilla Hubs for the same reason. You can upload your PowerPoints or your videos and have people walk around doing electronic poster presentations. It's very low barrier to entry, and you can use it either using a web browser or a VR headset, which makes it really accessible for a lot of folks. My best recommendation for an alternative is vrland.io. It does very similar things and still has that gallery template that I rely on a lot. Actually, next Tuesday, when I get back to sophomore, I'm going to be using that with a class called Blackness in and Out of the Museum, where they're going to design a virtual exhibit in VR space and then actually do the real exhibit in our library, right? But they're using that as like a prototyping space. So I will report back on how well that goes. But we had that curriculum designed around hubs and have had to pivot to VR Land as of a month ago. But so far, very similar. Yeah. Yeah.
One question. You mentioned that using applications such as Rec Room for applications of getting students into VR. By any chance, have you ever used applications such as Neos VR, Chill VR, or VR Chat, or something of the sort?
Yes, great question. We actually have a course at Swarthmore on social computing. So they wanted to explore the entire landscape of social VR. And this is where I very critically evaluate applications before bringing them into the classroom. So that particular professor asked about VR Chat and AltSpace, and I don't feel comfortable bringing students into those spaces where I cannot protect them from interactions with the general public. Whereas with Rec Room, I can build them a private room, right, to interact in, and they still learn a lot of those skills. So a lot of times this does happen, where a faculty or staff member might come to me and say, oh, I really want to use X application, and I say, no, here's why, right? And I give them an alternative that I think is a more ethical solution to their problem. Did I see another hand? Oh, yeah, back there. Oh, sorry, there's also a question back there, yeah.
This is just so that our
Zoom can hear?
Zoom
Sorry,
can
I should be
hear.
repeating your questions, yeah.
Thank you for your wonderful talk. And I'm really curious from the perspective of the involvement of technologies using in teaching and pedagogy. Like, if we think that decades ago, the teacher is going to using blackboard or whiteboard, write down all the information during the class. And later on, we can use projectors using handwriting papers to project. And then we have PowerPoint slides. Now we have XR technologies. So from this timeline, what do you think anything that could be more advantage in old-fashioned method compared with modern method? I know there are a lot of advantages here, but do you find anything that teacher might be still prioritize to use old or combination of these methodologies? So
Yes,
do you have any
absolutely.
comments?
A great question. So I teach that history of media class. In that history of media class, we carve maps into clay. We do letter pressing. You know, we set letter press and hand press documents. We do the oldest of publishing technologies. And when they design their websites in Introduction to Digital Publishing, we do that with Post-it notes on the board, right? So I think that you have to match the technology to the learning objective, right? And sometimes the best tool is a piece of paper or a Post-it note or a clay tablet, right? And sometimes it's virtual reality. Why I like virtual reality is because it immerses students who are very used to multitasking. We know this. Read Kathy Davidson's Now You See It, right? We know that students are constantly multitasking. When you have them watch a video or read a passage, they're doing 5. Actually, the average college student says they can pay attention to 7 forms of media at once, whereas neurologically we know the answer is 2. Okay? So they're trying to pay attention to 7 forms of media at once when you give them that TED Talk to listen to, or when you give them that chapter to read. But when they have a headset strapped to their head, they literally can only do one thing. And that's engage with that immersive content. They can't look away, they can't scroll past, they can't be doing their laundry at the same time, and that is actually powerful in this moment.
Thank you for taking my second question. So I was wondering if you understood how you could build a curriculum or a program where you could work with students to build out the technology. I've got 3,507 users on something I'm building right now. That's
Excellent.
Thank you. But it's getting a little bit difficult for me to manage the load of a lot of the tickets that we're getting from some of the schools. How would you suggest that I build out a team or work with the school to build out some of the product?
That's a great question. So when I have my students work in teams, they each have to choose a role that best suits their strengths. So we always have a project manager who's really putting everything into place, who's keeping everyone on track, who's making sure there's deadlines and a clear goal. There's always a technical developer who's in charge of working with the technology specifically, building out the prototype, testing different platforms to use, and doing an environmental scan of other similar technologies to make sure they're not inventing something that already exists, or if they are, that there's a clear need for it in the market. And then there's an education specialist who's thinking about how to integrate this into the curriculum, what teachers are going to be using it, what are their learning objectives, how are they assessing the efficacy of this product, right? And there's also a communications and outreach specialist that's going to think about, okay, what conferences are we going to? You know, what expos are we going to? How are we getting teachers' eyes on this product, and how are they going to actually discover it, right? And how are we going to disseminate this product? So that's what I think, right? Think about people not who all are technology specialists, but actually who have a really diverse set of skills that can work together.
Hello. So, I have a question about, I have an 8th grade curriculum where we study UX design, and it's kind of like their introduction to UX design. And I'm thinking about, I love the way empathy is a through line to basically everything you showed us. And I'm thinking about how it can be a through line regardless of whether you're teaching it at middle school, upper school, and at the graduate level, you know? And I'm thinking about ways that I can have, we don't have XR in the curriculum at all. We talk about UX design more broadly, but how can we incorporate XR without the burden of having them learn like a high level coding thing? So teach them how to design for that interactive space, but without I guess the technical burden?
This is a great question. So I actually work with 2 K through 12 groups every year. I work with a summer camp at Morris Arboretum of 11 to 13-year-olds who the theme of the camp is technology. And I work with a 5th grade class that actually does UX design as part of their curriculum. In both of those cases, we first have them critique already existing, right, applications. Now, with that group at Morris Arboretum, my goal is to get them excited. So we use like Jurassic World, right? Who doesn't want to walk with a dinosaur? Absolutely every 11-year-old wants to walk with a dinosaur, I promise you. Okay, so, you know, we use fun applications, less of the serious side, more of like, okay, great, here's just what XR can do. This is why it's exciting. And we have them critique those, like what was fun about it, what was effective, what was least effective, what challenged you, what unexpected feelings did you have in that space. And then we talk about the actual mechanics, right? Like, how did you know where to go? How did you know where to look? How did you know how to move, how to pick something up, how to spin around? And usually the students are very good at articulating that. Like, I heard a sound, so I turned my head. I saw a light, so I walked towards it. And that teaches them a lot about how to design good XR. Right, is using sound design, using light, using the affordance of the space, like teleporting versus physically walking, using the joystick, those kinds of different options. And if you show them a couple of applications that do those different things, they can choose which ones they think are more effective, right? Like, I like teleporting, I don't like using the joystick, etc. And then we usually bring them into a space like Mozilla Hubs or VR Lands.io, which is a template that's already created for them, and they need absolutely zero coding ability, and start just saying, okay, so if you are going to modify this space, what would make the design enhanced? What would make it better? What would you add? What would you subtract? And give them a very specific design prompt, right? Like, I don't know, design a high school gym, right? That would be really, you know, designed well for this population, right? Or something like that they're familiar with and can think through. And I always put accessibility first, right? So if you were seeing impaired, hearing impaired, mobility impaired, if you had an invisible disability like attention deficit disorder or on autism spectrum, how would you engage in the space and what would make the space more comfortable for you?
Very cool. Thank you.
I think we have one more here. Should I check chat? Are there any questions in chat? Okay.
Hi, so I just have a quick question about a bullet point that you had. You were saying that each headset should have its own account. Could you expand on that a little?
Yeah, absolutely. So if you have a large group all doing the same application at once, you have to have a different account for every single headset, or else it will kick you off. Because it's the Netflix problem, they have decided that you cannot share one account across multiple headsets because then you could pay them more money, right? So this takes usually a management system. I recommend Arbor XR. There are many others like that, but just like you would deploy Adobe to 1,000 laptops on campus and you'd have to manage all of those, you know, accounts, the same thing is true with XR accounts. It's very difficult and the rules change constantly. Before, I could have an admin account and share those applications across all the accounts in the headset, and now you can only do that on 2 headsets. So I had, you know, applications mysteriously disappear overnight when that change was made. So there's no foolproof way right now, but what I can say is that if you're not part of the EDUCAUSE XR group, I guarantee that UCLA is part of EDUCAUSE, right? If you sign on to the EDUCAUSE XR group, people are asking and answering these questions all the time, and we really do help each other troubleshoot when everything changes one day without warning.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much. Feel free to email me or reach out anytime.
All right. Hello, everybody. I love that. I love that the last question was a logistical issue that I'm dealing with in my classroom right now. We have 3 headsets, and everyone's telling me what a struggle is. Is this mic? Oh, thank you so much. Everyone's telling me what a struggle it is to deal with Meta and try to get things going in a classroom setting. So I'm super excited to take on that challenge, but also to capitalize on all the expertise and experience in this room. My name is Cass. I teach at Geffen Academy, which is a middle school and upper school here on the UCLA campus. We're currently trying to bring XR into the campus in different ways. I teach in a department called iTrack, which focuses on design and technology. And yeah, I'm thrilled to be here. I'm going to introduce our next speaker, who goes by the name Daniel Scott Snelson. Daniel is a writer, editor, and archivist working as an assistant professor in the departments of English and Design Media Arts at UCLA, where he also serves as faculty for the Digital Humanities Program, the Laboratory for Environmental Narrative Strategies, and the Game Lab. His research focuses on media poetics, video games, internet cultures, and emerging genres.
Have fun. Okay, great. Thank you for that introduction. I'm so glad to be here. What a great day, and thank you for this amazing talk to get us started. My mind is spinning with ideas already. As mentioned, my research and teaching is concerned with internet cultures, emerging genres, experimental poetry and poetics, which I learned at Penn, video games, comics, and media studies. Today, what I'd like to do is just walk through some of my own experiences with XR for both poetic practice and playful approaches to pedagogy. I want to thank Amanda for getting us started. As a Penn grad, I'm especially delighted to recall friends like Peter, or more distantly Simone, as well as the Kelly Writers House, a kind of second home for me, alongside important critical questions about empathy discourse, as well as opportunities for therapy, pedagogy, and how new, entangled XR experiments might build toward more just futures and better critical insight. But also play. This is from what's called Luma's Genie. It's a 3D asset generator. I just gave it a really stupid and bad prompt to make an XR Summit mascot for us. This one's not so great. I liked this one a lot better. Feel free to use this as a fully interactable 3D. You can download the GLB file if you like. I think, I don't know, this goopy guy just works for me. I was at Carnegie Mellon last weekend talking about trends in generative AI with the computer scientists in the Language Technologies Institute. And I came away thinking a lot more about how interested I am as an artist in like messier outputs. That not the clean, seamless, high fidelity types of work that I think most platforms are working toward in their multimodal models, but there's something more, I don't know, true or real about these like glitchy, under construction, messy objects. And Genie is one of these platforms that's starting to think toward that right now, that suggests, I think, a text to 3D future is right around the corner, just as Suno maybe told us about sound, or Sora is telling us about video. And all of this, I think, would be part of what we would call maybe like a text to game pipeline, which I think we could also easily code as a kind of text to VR pipeline. Really more, with XR, it's more a question of display and user interface than any inherent code or structure, since they mostly use the same types of engines. So I think one can think about this type of world building alongside AI agent NPCs as demoed by games like Origins, which I want to play just a little bit of to get in the background of my talk. Really, both of these things maybe as a near horizon for the types of generative AI approaches to virtual environments that I think we can expect within the next couple of years.
Greetings, Detective. I'm Special Agent Janice. You have been authorized by the Metropolis Bureau of Investigations to conduct interviews with possible witnesses.
What do you know about the crime scene?
What are you doing here?
Is it dangerous here?
It's hard to say. We're still piecing together the evidence.
I saw some humans running away from the building shortly after the fire started.
Detective, I believe someone is watching us.
This is a delicate situation. Let the professionals handle it. We wouldn't want anyone to get hurt, now would we?
Why would you say that?
Listen carefully, Detective. This is no place for a rookie cop. If you know what's good.
So I've been teaching this in my video games classes, and I think this game kind of like, is it like the gamified version of that really glitchy Luma icon that we just saw? But it's not quite there, but it's getting really quite close. And I think for that reason, it's quite interesting, and I'll kind of build back toward those platforms at the end of my talk. But to begin, I think it's important just to point to the specific social setting that led to my work in VR more generally. More than a technical fad, these platforms were so essential to enabling singular modes of connection just a few years ago amidst the intermittent lockdowns, quarantines, and localizations in ways that profoundly affected all of our experience and our relationships near and far. So unlike so many habits from those years, which I've since dropped, I found at least that my XR practices remain, that I still think that there's a magic to these modes of connection that I'm still chasing both in my creative work and in the classroom. Having the opportunity, say, to watch movies with friends in New York, or play racquetball with my family across the country, or collaborate on something like my peers' immersive poetry courses at Chicago or Basel or Montreal without having to leave such a carbon footprint. These forms of co-present, I think, remain bright memories of pedagogical play from the pandemic. They were all transformative experiences, but these new modes of sociality, beyond sociality, I think I really just want to call it play, I think demand new modes of pedagogical practice that are more aligned with multiplayer games than traditional lecturing. And I think in this way I really rhyme with a lot of Amanda's comments. So working in XR demands accounting for the poetics of this interface just as much as the poetics of content delivery. So in just the same way that I think the telephone dialed into new relational poetics, or that the internet has surfaced a range of new vernaculars and formal experiments over the past 30 years, the ongoing transformations to our social technical lives, that is to say our language environment, deliver their own inroads to new lexicons, emergent prosodies, and yet undiscovered poetic experiments. So even as Hubs is on its way out, I think it still offers us some early models for these types of play, which I know many here have experimented with and are worth keeping in mind toward future experiments. As generative tools and increasingly user-friendly interfaces for virtual design continue to proliferate, the promise of these interfaces, I think, is starting to take shape in a range of places. So to put this all more simply, I think just VR is becoming really commonplace. And as it does, as it becomes increasingly ordinary, I think that its poetic potentials become more interesting, that we can start to open them up and study them. So putting aside theories of like the virtual, which from the 90s forward, I think has led to some of the worst kinds of academic vaporware, practical VR has already developed to a benchmark of everyday use. Fitness apps like FitXR Supernatural, this is my ongoing daily regiment. Multiplayer battle royale games like Population 1 that has millions of users. Things like VR chat and Rec Room, of course, becoming increasingly pervasive. Or rhythm matching games like Beat Saber and Pistol Whip, which I'll get into shortly. As well as like unlikely experiments. Gorilla Tag is my personal favorite. I don't know how many people have played this, but you're effectively just a gorilla. You mobilize yourself by like pushing your arms down and kind of launching yourself into space, playing tag. I want to point to Gorilla Tag and a number of other experiments to aim for, I guess in this talk, breadth over depth, to give you an inventory of effects of some of the things that I've been interested in over the last few years. And I'd be happy to go into any of these in more depth, but I think just getting an inventory of a bunch of different experiments has its own kind of value. Okay, so in what follows, I'd like to outline some issues regarding works in practice now, beginning with some highlights from the past few years, then moving forward through recent works in immersive and VR poetics, before concluding with a demo of my own ongoing projects in the field of poetics and pedagogy. Okay, so let's begin. I'd like to start with a recent work by the Italian poet Alessandro de Francesco, which was installed in VR. I think what you see on the screen is what one might imagine when thinking of VR literature. In this installation, we see an openness to play in a new simulated environment. I've long admired de Francesco's concrete poetry. He has these poems that kind of lift off the page, kind of curve up into your retina. And I think that there's an extension of his practice in VR that makes intuitive sense. You can fly through an open sky to linger with texts that float all around you. Not only, I think, as an evocative reading environment, but also a portal into a multiplanar type of writing practice. But beyond this, what I find most exciting is that these are poems where sociality is encouraged. And this is the overlapping line that I want to present in everything I talk about today, that I'm interested in how XR enables ways of playing at poetry or playing at literary experience or playing at learning together, that bridge distance beyond local environments and rework poetry beyond its typical status on the page. So I think by placing work in hubs, the free open source platform that uses WebXR and A-Frame to enable the widest range of devices so students can access in VR headsets like the Index or Quest, in laptop windows in the browser, on the mobile devices they carry around every day, or better, I wish, the cardboard rig that one used to have. While digital divides and ongoing technical barriers continue to keep some of the most advanced features of XR beyond paywalls, led and coordinated, of course, to capture more of our data shadows, for certain, and to be clear, as orchestrated by today's most shadowy corporations for the most nefarious purposes. To be even more clear, I think these manifold evils, the persistent and ubiquitous algorithmic bias to the exploitation and, by turns, exclusion of the most vulnerable populations by race, gender, sexuality, and ability in these platforms are all inherent subjects of any VR poem, either by design and attention or by a lack of attention. So given this situation, I think that there's all the more reason to investigate and experiment with alternatives, alternative platforms and alternative models. Models that might be built around privacy and that are open to development in open source platforms that can also be maybe locally hosted and fully customized. Hubs was one such alternative, and it was quick to learn. It had a wide range of accessibility options. But I think new options are already emerging regularly to replace it, including VR Land I was thinking about, others that use open WebXR standards. New Art City is a personal favorite of mine, which is in continuous development and primarily used for art exhibitions. So in these images, I'm eager to share the work. This is some of the work of my student, Jinha Song, whose immersive poetic landscapes were built in Unity. Now, these poetics, they're basically like walking simulators where you find scraps of poems in a desert environment. They could be easily ported to VR, but the question is, like, when or how or why might these works be collected and accessed outside of festivals and summits like this one? We all know it's hard to get our students into headsets. It's hard for us to experience. It's hard for me, even as an enthusiast, to experience a lot of emerging VR work. And so I've been trying to get at a question about how to send my students out into a world where there is a home for the kinds of experiments in XR that they're doing. For this question, getting students to publish, I've been working on developing a new XR publishing platform called IRL Object, cycling here. You can see our call at the URL irl.obj.fyi, which I'll share on the site, which currently features this morphling, a kind of reflective 3D object, cycling in the background over captures of scraps of paper, which can also be used as augmented reality objects, like so. This is my collaborator, Michael Luo. We're using the press to publish innovative poetic, ludic, and aesthetic digital works. We make these things available for free. Each of the objects is then accompanied by like a material IRL artifact, something designed in collaboration with our board of editors to generate the funds for the artists who submit their works to us. So instead of, say, buying a blockchain contract to a digital artwork, fans could instead purchase something they can hold or wear or place on the shelf. And I should note, on the generative side of our launch production, the IRL Object Office, which you saw in the previous slide, is just an equirectangular image used for a 360 panorama. This was generated in DALL-E 3, though I should mention here that there are a number of new drops that are making high-resolution 360 images for precisely this type of VR experience. So generative AI images are already building these 360 environments that you can generate live and on the fly. You can become a Chrome-like morphling in the middle of these spaces. In my poetic milieu, however, perhaps no poet has more thoroughly explored poems as virtual environments as Alejandro Miguel Justino Crawford. From his early works like Egress, which you can see here, this is a poem where the user is dropped into the middle of a literal field of signs. You're surrounded by these blaring road signs. There's also words like history dropping from the sky. You can't move, but you can look around, and basically you're just seeing these like snippets of spam, of the algorithmic horrors of the internet. And indeed, the only way I think to beat the game is to just close it down. So I think that the joke is that the egress is just shutting down an environment that is overloaded. It's, I think, a perfect VR poem. He's also made a work called Diana Hamilton's Dreams, in which the user navigates a black space with occasional neon objects to find localized audio of the poet Diana Hamilton trying to remember her dreams when she first woke up in the morning. She recorded these for like a full year, and Alejandro just placed these dreams around the environment. So you navigate this occulted terrain to try to discover these glimpses of dreams only faintly recalled. Or I think his work, this piece called Codex, which is a kind of poetry haunted house full of many types of objects, as well as his recent work. He works as a VJ for MGMT and Childish Gambino, among others. In these single player works, unlike recent VR films, with which I think we're maybe more acquainted, the work of poetry is what's placed front and center. The play with words in space, the compression of language dislocated from everyday use. But also, I think poetry's strength has always been its focus on the material infrastructures of its meaning-making system. So these are all works that are about their very modes of display and the mechanics of play that they enable. So elsewhere, I mean, one can find mainstream examples. I saw this on one of the slides previously. This is from Dear Angelica, a kind of festival darling helmed by a stirring performance from Gina Davis. Quite frankly, it's a heartbreaking literary experiment in VR about epistolary longing, among other things. But in it, as you can see here, you have these scrawled words that intermingle with fantastic dreamscapes as a kind of audio monologue will spell out childhood stories within a morning narrative. And I think this is emblematic of a lot of literary experiments in new media that are bound up more to narrative than poetry, where the delivery offers more than the content, and I think the text can occasionally just become noise, kind of in the background. So in contrast, I think we can look to works, let's see if I can get this screen to proceed. By contrast, I think we can look to the present, to the more recent work of Madison McCartha, whose Freakophone world lives both as a web XR environment inside of a platform called New Art City, as well as a beautifully produced monograph published by Inside the Castle in 2021. In it, McCartha, quote, performs both a book-length poem and an occulted terrain, which together reimagines Black diasporic life in an increasingly imperiled, globalized society. Where's this? It seems to, there. So just as one might flutter through the pages of a book, in Madison's work, you can fly through a neon landscape of text drawings and fragmented utterances inside of a virtual environment. It too, I think, encourages group reading as Madison coordinates live events wherein one might explore their work alongside readings and explanations by the author. This has been tremendously useful for me in my classes to be able to bring students into direct contact with a wide range of creators, scholars, and poets far beyond the confines of our Southern California landscape. So these are the kinds of exhibitions also that my students are producing in their classes. So the kind of work that Madison does, my students are often mirroring. Here you can see a visualization of a dystopian cyberpunk city modeled on the comic Enigma. This was made by student Elliot Coots with others. So for the study of graphic media, simply just extracting and placing pages and spreads and objects around a simulated environment becomes a significant intervention. You can follow these lines from the classroom via a range of approaches that poetry peers, like just to give a list of people working in this field, Amaranth Borsuk, Jen Scapitone, as well as artists and designers like Jacoby Satterwhite, Eye Contact, Stephanie Dinkins, Samantha Gorman, among many, many others, that there are, that these poems that I'm studying are also models, I think, for students to unpack and study the works that inhabit older analog formats. So I'm just offering a few short examples here of the kind of experiments that we're continuing in my classes at UCLA, in the Game Lab, and with the digital humanities. I've spoken at this work at a previous XR panel, so I won't go further into it here, except to note that, over the pandemic, most of my courses and my office, captured poorly behind me, were primarily located in Mozilla hubs, custom environments for assigned readings in games, comics, and poetry. And that the joy of playing through these pedagogical impulses and these shared simulated spaces remains in the new works that I want to present. So now I make sure to have at least, in my classes, I try to have at least one away session. Like it was like a necessity when we were all remote, but now that we're in the same classroom, I force them to stay home for at least one of the sessions so we can tap back into those energies. I think that there are still lessons and skills to be learned from those years that remain as exciting, if not more so, now that we're free to put them in conversation with other types of embodied experience. So students can produce, for example, full environments to house works about comics like Uzumaki by Junji Ito, which is seen here, where they can not only escape the horror of the Zoom square, but find new ways of inhabiting the works that we discuss and exploding these texts into a million polygons for mutual exploration and radical reconfiguration. And my own recent research connects these poetics and platform studies with video game studies, where I think the fullest range of approaches to play and simulation and experiment might be found. I've recently written an article about Hideo Kojima's extraordinary AAA game Death Stranding as a way to think about the prosody of a search string. I won't recount its movements here, but it ends up where I started my talk today, back in Mozilla Hubs, with an adaptation of Hubs in order to play a tabletop role-playing game called The Ground Itself. So here, I built an environment for hybrid tabletop and virtual play. The Ground Itself is this phenomenal world-building game of emergent storytelling by Everest Pipkin. Typically, you play it with just cards, dice, and paper and pencil, and a coin. But in VR, an additional option emerges. So in the storytelling game, you collectively build a world around you. But in VR, of course, you can call that environment into reality. One of the great things that Hubs had was an easy interface with a search engine connected to a wide range of 3D objects. So if you're like collectively telling a story about like, I think we ended up telling a story about these like developing frog people, you could just like search for a frog person and then you can bring those frog people into your collective space, right? Like there's something kind of magical about being able to just like invoke an object and call it into being in much the same way that, I could invoke an XR Summit mascot to open my talk today. So I'll just conclude really briefly with just two recent works in these fields. The first is a continuation of game studies that uses Hubs as a way to visualize something that happens in a video game. It's called The Hiss. This is from the game, a AAA game called Control by Remedy Entertainment. In the game, these bureaucratic agents from a kind of supernatural FBI are possessed by a poem. It's like the most ridiculous story. It's amazing. So they're hovering in space and they're just chanting a Dadaist poem over and over and over again. I became obsessed with this poem because I realized while playing the game, as millions of others had for like 30 hours on end, I had, despite studying poetry my entire life, like I'd heard this one poem in a video game more than any other poem in my life. I was like, what does this mean? How do I understand this? How do I unpack it? And it's like kind of distorted, you can barely hear it. So I was like, oh, great, okay, I'll just visualize it in a VR environment. So I made a VR Hubs installation, which is open both to explorations and ongoing collaborative writing that takes this poem and extracts it into, I think there's nothing that like hisses, quite like Web 1.0 text GIFs. So I broke this like Dadaist poem into its constitutive elements in a space where students can you can use them to rewrite the poem, to figure out how different configurations of these words might come together. So it's both a space to be able to read, but also a writing space or a space that can be interacted with. So this is not just something that I'm trying to do in my own creative poetic practice, but something I'm encouraging my students to do, to take the cultural objects that they encounter, port them into a different environment, often XR environments, to try to see what resonances or what other modes of reading these translations might deliver. So I'm gonna end with just a final project. This is what I'm working on right now. Okay, so I'm teaching this class called Experimental Games, and I've had this long-held dream of like being able to like exercise or dance to academic essays. I had a piece that I did like over a decade ago. It was called Lectures to Dance to Run To, and basically I was like spending time in the gym, and I wanted to be on the elliptical, but also like get my Hal Foster in, you know, or like my Baudrillard or whatever. And so I'd like just set some lectures I found on YouTube to like audio tracks. And it was kind of fine, but it was also kind of labor intensive, and it required permissions and lots of other stuff. So I was like, maybe I could just automate this whole process right now. And also all my exercises moved to VR, so I was like, Beat Saber would be a perfect place to do this. And in fact, I think rhythm games give you a certain kind of attention that I'm really interested in. This is in game studies we call flow state. But I was like, what kinds of knowledge can one acquire while in a kind of mechanical flow state? I think this gets to that question of like distraction, right? So you're not like, your mind isn't going to your inbox and you know, a dozen other things on your calendar. You're just like in a game, but you can also maybe still be learning. So I thought I could automate the process where you have a text, like an essay, that you can run into text-to-speech software. It's gotten really quite good with Speechify and other tools, quite convincing human voices. So an essay can be read really quite beautifully by a machine. I can then generate an endless, like iterative soundtrack in the background. So you can have like some good EDM beats, which will map on well to like a rhythm-based game. So you can play that behind the lecture. And then I've been working on auto mappers that will take a beat-driven track and then auto-generate levels that are playable in Beat Saber. I just met the developer of Beat Sage, the great kind of like AI auto-generator of levels. And so this is like the first public display of this work. So I'm just gonna give you a short demo. This is by, so this quarter for the class I'm doing, every essay I assign I'm also rendering as levels. So my students can just play their way through the class without having to read anything with their eyes. Here's an example. This is a short story by my collaborator in the Game Lab in the Design Media Arts program, Feghali.
Experimental Protocol for the Coronal Sectioning and Assessment of a Human Soul by Feghali. Experimental Protocol for the Coronal Sectioning and Assessment of a Human Soul by Feghali. 1. Postmortem extraction. A. Ensure physical vessel is secured in the supine position. Proceed only after confirming vessel is unresponsive by lightly striking facial area. When I was 15, my younger brother slapped me hard in the face to prove to us both that he was the stronger, faster male one. In my 20s, I took up boxing pretending it was for self-defense, but the whole time I was thinking of how my fist would feel against his face, even though he was in the army and halfway around the world by that time. B. Cut the vessel from sternum to pelvic area to expose the seat of the animus and related organs. Secure opening with tape.
Okay, so you get the point. It gets a little bit like over the top. Thank you so much. So I've just produced the first set of these readings as playable levels. That was a 5-minute track. Most essays come out to be about 30 minutes. I produced a first set with Stephanie Boluk and Patrick Lemieux's amazing metagaming book, which is, they've written a chapter on procedurally generated levels and seriality in Mario Brothers that just like perfectly spoke to the virtual environment that it inhabits. So of course, I know that not all my students will play their essays in this way, but I'm interested in how these systems open up new avenues for access. They can listen to the essay, they can watch it, they can watch me play it and kind of fail at it if it's really difficult, or they can play along themselves. So I think this also lowers the bar to academic play and expands a sense of what kinds of scholarly engagements we might have at these interfaces. So these playful approaches, I think, are toward a kind of pedagogy that is open to this type of play and open to this type of experiment as something that can reveal things that one might not see otherwise, but that also might open up lines of access where one might not have them otherwise. So I'll share these links elsewhere, and want to thank all of you for being here. Yeah.
So we're actually going to introduce the next speaker, and then if you have any questions for Danny, they'll have a joint discussion right after she speaks. So save your questions for that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. Next up, we have Yara Feghali. Is a French-Lebanese architectural designer working at the intersection of architecture pedagogy, transmedia, and immersive technologies. She is in the design faculty at UCLA AUD and the creative director of Folly Feast Lab, co-founded with Vivian El Kamati, based in Santa Monica, California. Sorry. Who has the conch?
Right on schedule. Hey everybody, I'm Yara. Thank you for the introduction, Danny and Amanda. That was awesome. I don't know how I'll follow, but I think I, agree with learning through play. And instead of doing like a lot of references, I did a deep dive. So maybe between you and I, we'll have enough to speak about. So I'm navigating two keywords. So just, yeah, great. So I'm a faculty in the School of Art and Architecture, but in the Department of Architecture and Urban Design. So I'm an architectural designer. And I decided for today to talk about a seminar I did within our department called the Collaborative XR Design Lab. Yeah, great. So first, I think it's important that I present my practice outside of academia, just a tiny bit, because whatever I teach at UCLA is actually directly taken from the experiments that I run in my creative practice. So Folly Feast Lab is co-founded with my partner, Vivian El Kamati, and based in Los Angeles, California. And what we do is that through world building and storytelling, we design immersive and interactive experiences, application, software, design tools, and games around queer identity, sustainability, and technology. I have to give you a warning that I'm a very technical designer, so I'm gonna dive into what the terms that I'm using mean. So at Foley Feast Lab, we're committed to designing fantastic experiences that are as aesthetically engaging as they're technologically performing. And we really focus on building a virtual world with our experience as architect designing physical worlds, including the use of immersive and interactive elements in it. So I think it's important for us, and maybe for an XR Summit, to take a few moments to define what we mean by interaction and immersion, because in my specific context, what I mean by that is spatial interaction and spatial immersion. So interactivity responds to the question, how much am I doing? Meaning, where are you on the spectrum from being a passive recipient to an active player? Meaning, an interaction could be you liking a video on TikTok, it could be you playing Monument Valley on your phone or Sims. A passive recipient would be swiping through images, exploring a VR world, being able to see infographics, but not really doing much other than looking. But on the other side, the active player is someone who's actively playing. You're looking at things, but you're able to customize your space. You're playing a game, but you're adding design elements, which would be considered a very active player. So interaction is something you do with anything around you in the space, but there's a big difference for us, at least, to define between the spectrum of passive to active. And the second word that is important here to define is immersion, which would be answering the question, how deep do I want to go? And the spectrum passes from the physical realm to the virtual one. Immersion could be you being transported by a novel, a poem, or binging your favorite series again, but in our case, we mean spatial immersion. On the lower part of the spectrum, you could be immersed through your smartphone screen, tablet, or laptop, or you could be playing Pokemon Go in augmented reality. And if you are fully immersed in a virtual space and you're still being able to see your surrounding, like in XR, you would be somewhere in the middle of that immersion. And on the highest part of the spectrum, as has already been pointed out, you're fully immersed and virtual reality has your full attention. For example, visiting the Golden Gate Bridge on Google Street VR. I feel like that's the first thing everybody does in VR, like visit the Google Street VR, which is pretty remarkable. And for us at Foley Feast Lab, these two spectrum define this diagram. You can see on the lower left in coral, so in this part, you are looking at visuals, but I'm not doing anything. And you are in an interactive space, but it's not immersive. Then if you look at the purple zone towards there, so it's hiding, but it says not immersive down there. So if you look at the purple zone, you're looking at visuals and you are doing things, but what we're mostly interested in is the gradient quadrant up right, where you're inside an immersive space and you're able to do things. It sounds very straightforward, but it's really ticking these two boxes where you're all in a fully immersive space and you're able to change and interact with your environment in a way that is impactful on that environment and that is not simply reading infographics. And the question you're going to ask yourself is, why interactive, why immersion, and why now, why today? And this is another short technical break. It's really about the technological development that led us to the technologies that we use today. So this is the Web 3.0 stack, and I feel it's really important to define because today we use words like metaverse, like the things you were showing are really metaverse spaces. And it's important to, I find, again, teaching students that it's really important to define what we mean. So these words are not mystical or whatever, but they're clearly defined and understood. And what metaverse is, a spatial web, is actually just a new technology of internet evolving. So I'm going to go through this from the left to the right. You can see that you have on the left three rows. You have the interface, which is how you interact with something. You have the logic, meaning its computation, and you have data, which means the information. And this is really what changes over time. So with the internet, when it started, the interface was a desktop. You could install a program, and you could run it through a LAN connection, right? If you all remember that sound. That was a LAN connection. If nobody knows that sound, I just made a weird sound. But with the Web 1.0, the interface became the browser, right? And suddenly the interaction is clicking and typing in. And the logic, instead of program, you had website, and the data is stored on structured servers. In 2010, we have Web 2.0, which is suddenly on our mobile, right? Your phone, you touch, you swipe, and the computing is done by apps, and the data is stored on the cloud, right? And what changes is that in 2020, we entered Web 3.0, which is where we operate as Polyfis Lab, but where I think XR mostly operates. The interface are wearables like AR, VR, and suddenly this is where storytelling becomes important, and this is why I like it so much, because the way the interface works is through showing and telling. And the logic is artificial intelligence, and the data is stored through distributed ledger technology, the blockchain. So the 3.0 stack is where we exist as spatial web, and also where spatial web is just a synonym for metaverse, or you can call it Web 3.0. Yeah, pink means good. So we're through the technological development since 2020. We have the spatial web, otherly known as the metaverse, that makes collaborative social online spaces possible, which just means that wherever you are on Earth, you're able to enter a space where we can see each other through avatar, and that a metaverse is not related to VR, right? A metaverse could be accessed through your computer, but it's really a space where you can share a digital virtual space with other people that are everywhere, anywhere. It doesn't really matter where they are, and these are social spaces. This is why I understand when you were saying, I don't want to get students in a space where everybody has access, because it's a social space, it's like a public space, which is interesting to think about. So if I want to simplify what it means that through your VR or AR device, right, through your phone as an AR device, and everything is being computed through AI and stored through the blockchain, but what you're actually experiencing is data privacy through distributed ledger technology, smart responsive environment, and immersive experiences. So without this technology evolution, we wouldn't have the collaborative XR lab that I'm gonna talk about right now. So it all started in 2022 for me, where the Collaborative XR Design Lab investigates the future of spatial web and immersive social spaces. Because since 2020, as we just saw, we entered a new digital era where internet technology, the Web 3.0 spatial web, where interface, computation, and data have drastically changed. We simultaneously occupy a multitude of virtual worlds where through our social media profile, online games, discussion forum, or extended reality avatars. Far from the antiquated concept of physical virtual binary, we now live in a techno-cultural society that encourages cyberfeminism, pluralism, and indefiniteness, like something indefinite. With the Collaborative XR Lab, we investigate the future of spatial web and immersive spaces, and it all starts with this type of work. So it's a repertoire of every metaverse that existed out there, and there's so many of them. This is back in 2022, and we focused on metaverse that deal with spaces. So there's a lot that don't deal with digital space. And we classify metaverse based on their environment design, their world building, through their avatar design, through embodiment, experiences, and the type of interaction possible, smoothing the immersion into these worlds. So with my grad students in the Department of Architecture and Urban Design, we look at all of these metaverse and we try to understand what makes them different from each other and how we can learn from these differences. And it looks like a lot of chart and spider diagrams where we're trying to understand what changes from one to another and how it links directly to profit and economical possibility. But beyond these research, we then go into understanding what it feels like to experience these worlds. So the Collaborative XR Design Lab designs an island for our 4 avatars. We have sorry, we have traders, explorers, dwellers, and farmers. The lab is divided into our 4 users. The traders will design the marina and the bazaar, because we're architects. The explorers will design the beaches and the cultural spaces. The dwellers will design the housing and parks for their little cute dogs. The farmers design land and algae farm. And what we do in this class is all the students learn how to model each other's avatar, and each avatar has its own building, its own infrastructure, asset pack, mood board, and together they form this virtual universe that is designed for the specific lab. And I know you're gonna ask me which platform was this hosted on. I actually worked with my partner at Folifis Lab, and we hosted it on our server. So we had to build that world because this is how you gain mainly as much freedom as you want to be able to work in VR. But it was accessible through a laptop, through WebXR, and it was also accessible through VR headset, like the Quest 2 is the one we used. So these are some of the buildings that students designed for that virtual world. And of course, you know, teaching them one quarter how to build housing and the other quarter how to build in that world is a very special experience, I think, for architecture students. So these are some of the building, and these are the concept art for their world. So you can see that each of their avatars, may that be the sheep, or you can recognize these little figures, and each of them exists within their space with their objects, their colors, their own realm. So the virtual universe built for this lab is a research tool designed to shift the way we think and design spaces, because of course these spaces will be designed collaboratively. We design in virtual space collaboratively and in real time. We build, we can freehand 3D draw, we can inhabit those spaces we create at a one-to-one scale. And it's open to the public, so anybody can join and experience it. And this is some pictures from the review, but I want to move your attention to this little quadrant. So this is one of our students. She's in VR. 2022, we were wearing masks, and that was totally normal. And she's saying hi with her controller, and you can see the dweller, which is the avatar she's inhabiting, is saying hi with the spoon. These are other instances where you can see on the top left the island. So this is the world that we were in. Fog makes everything look better. Some of my students wearing the VR headset. We were 33 students, 33 avatars within that world with our guests and myself. We went up to 40 at the same time in this world. And every time you enter this world, you choose if you're a dweller, a farmer, an explorer, or a trader. And each of these categories has 3 to 4 avatars. So this is the trader, little cute hat, and the explorer. And of course, students had so much fun designing these avatars and trying to understand how to apply their architectural knowledge to these spaces. This is the interface of the laptop. You know, we're on a quarter system at UCLA, so developing this whole thing in 10 weeks is intense. But this is the interface, could use some work, but you could choose whichever object you wanted, and you can change the color, the size, the orientation, and you can scale it up, down, move it, and everything in the space is touchable, and you can reorganize the whole space. So these are, you can see some ATM machines, you can see some black, like roulette or kind of casino machine, and you can also see the manual that comes with how to use the VR. And the computer, this is what the space looks like. It's a bit strange because, you know, the space keeps changing every time someone is in it. So this is the specific time at which I accessed this space. And then I hope the sound plays. Yeah. I'll leave you with a small demo of what that looked like. I don't know if that's loud enough. And these are all students that didn't know how to model in the software we use Unity, or use a VR ever before the class. You can see some of the interface being used in VR, and they're choosing color, scale, and then they can just put it in the space. Zippers. So we have buildings, but we have also objects. We can see another avatar. Hello, farmer. So everything you see in this space is being designed in real time by all of these designers in the space. So it's very different from a traditional architectural process. And this is where I think there's a true potential in learning from games and architecture when it comes to designing digital real-time environment. The island has like 4 corners, and each corner belongs to a different avatar. It was the peak of Bitcoin, so a lot of Bitcoin ATM. And we presented that at the end of year review, and we also made physical models of all of these digital assets that they designed. Upside down Coliseum. This is what you get. And these are some of the physical models that they've made for the game. And yeah. And of course, it wouldn't be possible without all the amazing students that trust in us and follow what we ask them to do, but also without the support of my department. But I want to say just that as a general closing comment that what I do in my practice is really think about how and what can architects learn from game. Since interactivity and immersion and playfulness are inherently related to games, this is my main question in my research, and it centers around this through my practice and my teaching, making games and extended transmedia spaces at UCLA and beyond. Thank you very much, everybody, and stay in touch.
Now we'll invite Danny to come back on stage with Yara, and you guys can kind of have an informal discussion. And if anyone has any questions for both of them, please ask them.
Hello there. My first question is going to go to Danny. I know at the beginning of your presentation you spoke about using generative AI to creating 3D models. My question in regards to that, I'm not familiar in creating 3D models with AI. Does it by any chance does it do the rigging for you, for example? Or could it do the rigging for you? Could it be uploaded straight into Unity, put straight into a VR application, things of the sort?
Should I use this?
Sure, so I'm gonna grab some duct tape to tape this together, but for now, just hold
Oh,
on.
fun. I like that. That's really nice device. That's such a nice question. Also, this was so great. I'm so glad to share. Sage, I'd actually be very interested in your relationship to like produce. I was just thinking a lot about like the difference between like producing versus summoning these 3D objects. And for me, I mean, my background isn't in 3D modeling or architecture. And so I find myself kind of kludging my way through new interfaces as they develop and just trying to figure out what's possible at any given tape. Yeah. Oh yeah, held together. So this is like a perfect representation of my practice, which is like finding two things that are like held together by duct tape and require a kind of like balancing act. But I think that's kind of paid off in some ways. As technical systems continue to evolve. I mean, I know a lot of colleagues of mine, for example, in the digital humanities, spent a long time learning something called TEI. I don't know if that's like still around, but I was like, thank God I didn't sink those hours into TEI, right? Because that's the kind of thing that algorithms have gotten. It's a way to textual encoding. Initiative is a way to like encode different kinds of semantic variables into text. However, it's something that can be automated. I think that the projections are that, yes, in the very near future, these kind of agent-based models where you have a variety of AI specialists that can follow a pipeline where the user is more of like a manager that's like managing a number of autonomous agents that are able to work together. So I mean, we're already seeing the generation of 3D assets somewhat convincingly. The resolution's getting better and in all kinds of different ways. We've also seen a number of like pipelines to Unity, so text to game is already happening in Unity, mostly because like, you know, the more robust documentation there is for any of these systems, the better, of course, these stochastic parrots are able to parrot back not just things like language, but code. Sorry, this is a long answer to your question, but yes, I think that's like very much the case that like in the near future, there will be a kind of like text to game with rigging, with animation, with everything else, right? That's just something that you can like dictate with like natural language. However, and this is where I want to turn over to Yara, like I think that it requires a lot of like specialist knowledge. I mean, there's a real argument for humanities students who now have specialist knowledge of like how to communicate, right? Like I've been thinking a lot about prompt craft, and a lot of these things are just about like how well you can think through prompting an algorithm to produce something that you want, but that requires a lot of language skills. And I think with the generation of 3D assets in these games, it requires exactly the kind of skills that Yara is working on and developing in your students, which I'll hand over to you. Good luck.
Yeah, I love that, the duct tape strategy.
I actually did have a follow-up question because you brought up 3D assets, actually. Something I found out really stood out to me. So in that, I hope may I call it sandbox model?
Yeah, sure.
In that sandbox model, it seems like they were generating 3D assets in that space that came up with colliders and such. Were those colliders something like pre-programmed and you're putting the assets out there using that to build? Or is that something that was like being generated on the spot? Or something along the lines?
Yeah, great question. I'll answer your first by answering your second too. I think there is like, I use a lot of AI tools as everybody does, and I'm also curious, you know, if it does rigging, and I'm gonna say to the best, it's very wonky, like things don't really, but in the near future, which I think emphasis on near future, I hope, possibly, I think Laura, my friend here, is an AI expert, technologist, but I think that in the near future, possibly they would be, but right now it doesn't really work, but you know, it might. I hope it does, because I think it's so interesting to automate. Like, I love the Read Saber. I don't know, I cannot say enough about it. But I think that, of course, you know, as I said, after watching 2 of your talks, I'm like, oh, this is gonna be very technical, what I'm gonna present. But yeah, you know, I have to teach my students how to make the lowest polygon geometry so it's light enough, so it doesn't crash, so this play is smooth. You know, a lot of artists that work with VR that don't do a collaboration with technologists, you know, it crashes, like things are too heavy, you have to learn how to do, you know, low poly and so on. So it's really important for me to teach my students how the skills to be very technically correct, even if it's small things and they end up designing things that are very simple, at least it will not crash and it's well done. And the collider question, well, it depends on the object. If you do the mesh well, you can use the mesh as a collider automatically in Unity. But no, everything we did in this project, I have other projects where we try to use automation and make things quicker for us because we're on a quarter system. But I think in this project, we very much had to craft everything from scratch to make sure that it's correct. It's 6 actually. It's pretty good.
Thank you so much for those inspiring talks. Okay, great. So I have a question about accessibility for both of you. So I was thinking about the avatars that your students created and how they're not human, right? And they have really different affordances. Like I saw one was an octopus with like 1,000 legs, right? And one seemingly had no arms whatsoever. So when they're designing housing for those creatures, are they designing them to accommodate their needs? Like are they thinking about how to design a house for a creature with 1,000 arms or a creature with no arms? And for your poetic projects, are they also thinking about like how would someone with you know, visual or hearing impairment navigate these poems? How can multiple people interact with the poetic immersions and still get the full experience? So I find that's what these virtual spaces tend to do very well. Sorry.
Yeah, sure. So I think it's important. Thank you for your question. You know, I think accessibility.
Repeating the question just for the Zoom people because they don't get the context.
She was holding the mic when she.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead
I
and
missed
repeat
that.
it.
I'm so sorry.
I don't repeat.
Go ahead and repeat it just in case.
Oh, okay. So the question is in regards to accessibility. Like, how does it work when the people or the avatars we're designing for are different than what we are not what we imagine the standard to be? For example, there was an octopus avatars and it has a billion hand. How does a building for a billion hand look like? And then the second question was for Danny, and it was really about accessibility for people who have impaired eyesight, and how do they manage that world? And I think, you know, behind every talk on VR, there's a very clear problem with accessibility when it comes to physical mobility, because of course it all depends on eyesight. Like, it is very much part of the culture we're in, where everything has to do with visual images. So we can talk a lot about this and what it affords to some people and who it keeps out. But just to answer your first question about accessibility in terms of how do we design for humans that look different, that are different, I think it's, you know, it's within an architectural class, so it's really a school where we teach students how to build buildings and code and so on. So I think there's that part taken care of in different classes, but what we do in this world is really about designing environments and thinking about different ways of designing together a digital environment. So I think this question, we talk about it because it's an interesting question, but it's not the question that we're trying to solve.
Yeah, I love this question. I love thinking about access. And I think that's one of the exciting things about the platforms is that it forces you to think. We've grown, I guess, inured to a number of older media formats. So we don't think about access to a poem on a sheet of paper, though that does have a variety of like access requirements, right? And I think here, like, I was thinking about scholars like Mara Mills, who's written about the development of audio technology for low vision and vision impaired folks, has really driven the development of that technology, and clearly that's where most of the use cases for text-to-speech is. I think OpenAI, before it released some of its public imaging models and DALL-E 3 and others, was using that with an app called Be My Eyes, which was for low vision folks to be able to like hold their phone up and see like the challenge of like what's in a vending machine, for example, right? And so you could have like, that's something that AI would be quite good at, is saying like, okay, in the top left, like A1 is like a Powerade, right? Like, it's like the kind of thing that would just be really hard to do without some of these technologies. So I think that there are use cases, but it's obviously a push and pull between different things. With low vision in particular, Elon Manuwatch is doing really interesting work in comics for vision impaired folks. And his answer isn't so much just turning to sound, but turning to like tactile spaces. So he's building comics for touch, and so rather than just Braille as a kind of like tactile textual technology, we could also think of like image-based textures as like technologies for comics and other formats. So yeah, but I think it's nice. It's like so many of these things. I think the failures of these platforms are just as useful as for pedagogy as any of their successes. So I think like talking and teaching through what the limitations of access are is one way to like bring conversations with, say, like crypt theory into a classroom that wouldn't otherwise have those conversations.
Yeah, just wanted to add on the tactile, like the interactive gloves that you can use in VR and so on. You know, these are different ways of having an immersive experience through, you know, your hand. The audio in VR is a 360, is like spatial sound, so it's also a very different experience than putting your headphones on or like old headphones.
Hey, Danny, we are. Good to see you guys. Some of my colleagues in the library are considering lending out or having like a cart with a bunch of headsets, lending it to classrooms for temporary use, order-long reservations. I'm wondering if you guys have any advice for such a service, if you can give your perspective as instructors who would potentially make use of that kind of a service. And then also maybe if you can pretend to be an instructor who hasn't worked with VR and what you would need in that case.
You want to try first?
Oh, sure, yeah. Yes, please, I want those. Bring us headsets. That sounds really good. One of the things I didn't get a chance to acknowledge, I think Chris Thompson is here, my colleague in the English department, as well as Brian Kim Steffens. We're developing a space for our department called the Text Tech Media Lab. And a lot of it is, I mean, it's not just like having the technology, but having instructions for people who don't know, or having like specialists on hand who can guide you. So, and I think that's one of the things that librarians have always, like that's what the library does, right? Like it's not just a place that houses books, it houses a lot of specialized knowledge and humans that are good at accessing specialized knowledge. And so I think that part of what we need are like more like excellent folks like y'all working in these libraries that are able not just to provide the technology, but also provide inroads for people who don't have. So I think it's that kind of like onboarding thing. But then otherwise, I don't know, it's nice to have things that are like everything I do is like side questing. Like I'm not like technically supposed to be able to make levels in Beat Saber. But of course, like Beat Saber, like Grand Theft Auto and other games has like an enormous modding community. And so the social life of that game really relies on its modding community, even if it violates some of the fine print of Meta's copyright. And so I think that one of the challenges then also is like taking something like an iPhone or a Meta headset and like opening it up for play and experiment, because I think that's where the most interesting work is, and that's also where students can make things for those headsets. I'd be interested to hear how you did this in ways that like otherwise they're just bound to Meta's own ecosystem of verified apps, which is less interesting.
Yeah, I think I agree with you, Danny. I think it's giving out VR headset is fantastic. Everybody should try VR. I hope there's no one that hasn't tried a VR headset within academia, but I think that it's a bit difficult the first time, like what I do with my students, because I always work with students who have never done VR before. And what I do is I make sure that I prepare the headset beforehand. So I make sure that their first VR experience is well curated, so that they have the energy to then set it up themselves. Because I feel like there's a little time to maybe a manual or like having all of you like teaching them, explaining how you set it up and how it's linked to your account and how you need this app on your phone and so on. Depends which headset, but I think some are, like the Quest are pretty easy and accessible for everybody to use. So I think maybe a manual and then curating events where you do open house or you invite people, open doors, and you invite people to come in and try an experience that you're sure the second they put these VR headset on, they're gonna be inside a cool experience that is gonna make them go through the trouble of setting it up. I think like that's what I see the hardest to do when I don't know how to use a VR headset, right?
Yeah, I'm just gonna add one extra thing, which is, I think one of the challenges with XR is that it's so like private. And so I think it's also like having like an external screen is so important as well, so that you're not just like the person like floating in space who is like a kind of like, you know, goofy zombie. But like the video footage can also be shared. And that's something that we've actually been actively trying to think about, or how to like, you have a classroom of say 12 or 20 or 30 students, like how can you make a meaningful conversation with a group that size where only one person at a time can really be plugged in. So I think that's kind of a classroom challenge.
First, thank you both. That's fascinating. I would like at some point to corner you both with coffee and talk about spatial humanities, digital things, role-playing games, and all that stuff. But my question here kind of verges on the argument about the stuff that people leave behind in the kind of the, I don't want to say waste, but like experiments and things that maybe they didn't like. And Yara, it looks like in your island, people can leave things behind. There's stuff all over the place. It's tumbling. It's really kind of fascinating. But do you ever have some kind of modeling of how people move through? Like paths that a lot of people take that will affect the landscape. Like kind of the networks that they will form as they move around. And kind of the same thing, Danny, for the poems. Like how are people moving through these spaces? Are the ways that we can compile those or get maybe, annotations or some way that we get this stuff that you know, how people are experiencing the space. And building on that, how do you guys deal with sunset? You've made this space, you've made this stuff, it's all up behind, and then suddenly Brazil Hubs goes away, or we change our approach, but we still have this, you know, again, like digital archaeology stuff that's there. How can we look and access that?
I'll try not to go on too long on this. I wrote a full chapter of a book-length project about Flash video. So I have been punished by platforms going obsolete on me. And I think that's clearly the case, like especially in an early stage of development here, where there are so many platforms, many of which have already disappeared. And I think that's just part of the ecosystem. And so it does require like different forms of like digital archiving, which I find to be really interesting questions. I think Rhizome has put together a number of really great guidelines for archiving digital objects that they're continuing to add to. The Electronic Literature Organization has also put together some good ideas, what they call transversals. So things that are no longer playable, you can boot them up and like play through all the branches. Because I think like typically when you get a recording of like a walkthrough of a video game, you just get like, you know, an extreme example is a speed run where you get the smallest version, but you often just get like a basic version. There are, however, like complete walkthroughs that show you how to get like every achievement or find every collectible. I think it's those kinds of recordings of these spaces that are too hard to maintain. There's too many of them. But I think that like it is looking for maybe the easiest and quickest way to capture these things in formats that are more likely to persevere. So like things like JPEGs and MP4s and MP3 files are likely to persevere just because we all have so many of them on our laptops. But as Vint Cerf and others have said, there's no reason to think that even digital images will exist in 10 years, and that if you really want to save it, you should print it out to paper. So everything I'm saying might be completely invalid, and we must find some way to like, you know, convert these VR spaces to paper artifacts if we really want them to persist.
I love that, print it. I think it's a great question. I wonder about it a lot, and I wonder about it in the sense that, you know, architects, we've always done virtual building. This is what we do. We design in digital space, and we leave prints and we archive these through printing them in traditional means. So definitely the paper is a winner. But I feel like for XR, spaces is so much different because it's so much more about user experience, about people visiting these spaces. So I would say, you know, Switch and YouTubers and people who really document these spaces, like they would be playing a video game where they would show you how to move around, what does it feel, you would see their life expressions. For me, it feels so much more like an interesting way to archive this world instead of having like a walkthrough, or it feels so raw, the walkthrough, like it feels not interactive enough and you don't have that human experience. So it's a question I ask myself when I document my work, right? There's no way for me to show you that world if, you know, I would be like, okay, half of you headset, half of you laptop, let's all log in. It would be very difficult. So, you know, we had to bring in people to record it and like design that video to have the digital and the physical and what is happening and so on. But I would say the easiest way is like a YouTuber, just like go through that space, see live reaction, record yourself in VR. But like keeping the space itself as an archive, I don't know if that's something that, you know, I would be interested in because it exists in real time and only exists through that technology, and it will be obsolete. And I feel like that's poetic, and that's, you know, I'm French, so it's, you know, romantic, and I think it's part of it, so. Yeah, I'll answer that, but I'm actually curious what you think. So I understand your question more as like, where is VR used in the world, in the industry, somewhere where it's actually profitable? And I don't think, for architecture specifically, I think for architecture is gonna fall within engineering more than architecture or interior design or pitches to client. There's really easy workflow and that guide you from any software you use to 3D model building to directly plugging in a VR headset. And I find this very useful in, you know, when you talk to clients, when you want to show people what a space feels like. As an architect, you're trained that if you see a space on paper, you know exactly how it feels to be in this space, but not everybody's trained this way. So it's really good to show other people what your design does, and it's interactive and in real time. So you can show shadow pattern, how it feels in the morning, the afternoon, some bird sounds outside. You can also like encode the environment. There's so many uses. but I don't know if it's being used that way yet. It's still very niche in architecture because engineering, medicine, these domains are where VR is more active. And even in the arts, it's, still a little niche, but it's starting to, but the way I understand your question is I actually look at companies that build VR headset and what audiences they're targeting. And the audiences are usually in sciences, in engineering, medicine, and so on, because this is where you find funding and grants. And I mean, there's so many experts in this room that could answer. What do you think?
Oh, yeah, I'm not a specialist in in architecture and its use cases, but I think we can imagine a lot. And I think even drawing from the keynote today, thinking about like issues like the one-step problem, or like I think that there's ways in which prototyping architectural spaces can in VR can enable a wider audience of people to be part of the conversation. So it's not just an internal design team, which may not have a full set of embodied experiences to question a space, but we can kind of open that up to like larger environments. I'd also say, in the arts, that I think there's been a real engagement, maybe at the part of XR that we're not talking about too much so far, which is AR. There's a great project that Mashinga Virensakopian did as part of a collaboration with Oxy Arts and the Monument Lab to produce these AR monuments across Los Angeles. So you could reimagine, for example, a police headquarters as the Shakur Center for Social Justice, simply by holding up your phone and then seeing a very different kind of space. And so I think artists are actively using AR to reimagine the types of architectural spaces that we inhabit and to offer counterpoints. So instead of, say, like a statue to a police sergeant, you could instead have like the eruption of a mycelial network that goes up into the sky, to give one example among many.
I feel like there's much more potential in AR because it's a simpler technology to use. VR is still it's a bit complicated to convince someone to put a VR headset on. And when I buy my glasses, I check that it fits into VR headsets. It's like still quite annoying, but AR is so much more accessible, so much easier. There's so many applications where you can put your 3D object or you can design them with prompt and then you can put them directly in AR. So I definitely agree and love that project.
Do you know if any applications exist like right now where you can drop your designs in and you can then show your client or like any kind of objective application?
Do you know which modeling software you work in?
No.
So it depends on the if you.
It's like there are softwares right now that.
Yeah, there's one. So as an architect, you either model in Revit, Rhino, CAD. Like it depends which software you use, and all of these have a plug and play for VR now. So it's pretty easy. It just depends on, like, if you want the exact name, you have to tell me whether it's the modeling software. How technical do you want the answer to be? Hi.
Thank you for your great talk and a very interesting experience. But I have questions from a different domain, like life science perspective. Are we thinking about how to leverage the technologies in VR or something related to better understand the progress of life science discoveries, either for education or for research? So technically, I'm very interested in how we can extract 3D models which have been already generated either like videos or in VR-based environments. How it can be universally standardized, and I can do this directly to integrate in my modules or my packages. Then building new video-based or cartoon-based short concepts will recapitulate the developmental stages, disease processing, or treatment-based knowledge. But technically, I don't know how it will be accessible. Like in data science, people usually use like a container to package something already made. And it's easily to leverage and install or directly be open in your local seems like it's quite isolated and it's quite platform dependent. So do you have any advice?
I'm trying to understand the question. I'm looking at Danny, I'm like, do you have a better answer than mine? But of course, you cannot read what I mean. I thought, we could.
Yeah.
I think that, it depends. I'm trying to understand the question. I think that new versions of Windows since 3 years ago, they can actually visualize 3D objects. So I don't know if the question is about workflow of moving one thing from one software to another software and how you use, or if it's about visualizing something and how you visualize a 3D. So maybe you have you understood better.
I can talk.
So the more specific my question is, for example, in your island, and I thought that the tool is quite useful, and the movement, any orientational movement is fit for my goals, for my thoughts. You can't touch that tools as a 3D which is already built and attach all the features like the binding or hidden or up and down movement, left and right, to my models.
Yeah, so I think that's a great question. I think that I'd answer it in two ways. So one, I think that the kind of work that Yara is doing in design and architecture is incredibly important to science pedagogy. And I think that the conversation, I think a lot of these things turn out to be kind of design questions and user interface questions, which, specialists like Yara can help, I think, people in the hard sciences to develop platforms or be in conversation with those platforms to have tools to be able to accomplish certain kinds of pedagogical lessons within virtual environments. I think so often what seems like a really difficult scientific or technological challenge is actually more a question of design and invention. So I think that's my first answer. The second answer, which you're talking more about local data, and one of the big research questions I've been trying to get at is the transformation of the way we access knowledge, which for aeons was libraries and classificatory systems. For the last, and your slide with the eras was really good, but for maybe the last 30 years, it's been databases, relational databases, and algorithmic searches, which is using an algorithm to try and find something you don't know through search strings. And I think that there's a profoundly different mode of accessing knowledge that AI and prompt craft introduces. So I'm actively trying to think about if we have a model of thought that's about finding things with search strings, what are new models of thought that prompt craft introduces? And I think that there's ramifications for that across the board. But increasingly, say if you could prompt an engine to deliver something into that space, I think that there would be, again, some really interesting use cases that overlap with the sciences. But all of that, I think, returns to that first part of the question, which is having a dialogue between designers, artists, and those in the sciences, I think, is the most valuable thing.
That was great.
All right, so we have a question from Brandon on Zoom. I noticed that there's a disconnect between the detail and the digital designs and the real world designs. Is that a limitation of the engine, the hardware? For example, I noticed that the low draw distance obfuscated by the fog and a lack of detailed textures. Are those challenges being tackled in a future iteration? And he also had a follow-up question just about, is it okay to start with Blender, to start with more detailed meshes and then bring them into that?
Cool. I'll catch that one. I love this question. Okay, I'm such a nerd. I think that, it depends. The audience, again, I work with students who never worked. I had to teach them Blender, and I always try to find the easiest software to teach because I believe you can learn everything on the internet, but that's just my generation. But I think that, so yes, you can do everything on Blender. I would recommend, Brandon, to check out our work where we are more experienced and we can do high resolution texture, more resolution, higher polygon counts, and still manage to make an XR and a virtual space work. But in that specific case of the island, it's because, it's students, they're just learning all of these workflow. It's a matter of time and skills and so on, that it's restricted like this. But with the evolving technology, you can more and more do details. And then it becomes a question of not how much can the technology afford is how much I do, but it really becomes an idea linked to concept, ideology, aesthetic choice. You start to do a decision on, like I could talk for ages, why the space is dark, the fonts you're using. All of these are tropes and they're genres that are very much existent within gaming, within VR world, digital spaces. There's so much to be talked about and so much history there too, and references when you design a work, right?
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. This is one of the questions I had for you, which is on these like eras of the internet that one of the things I've been interested in is that the Web 1.0 internet, like it still exists, right? And the lessons from that like much weirder internet where like people didn't quite know where things were going in say the 90s, like that there are a number of really interesting solutions to really difficult design questions at that moment that I think we can still learn from. So I was thinking about these like low poly 3D models that as something akin to these like super like low resolution GIF images from the Web 1.0. And I think that, you kind of had to be at a moment. I'm not going to try and do the sound that you did. I was very impressed. But when like if you can recognize dial-up, you know how important it is to keep your file sizes small. And I think like if you don't recognize dial-up, that might not be something that's obviously intuitive to you. And I think that there's also like that's a question of access because our high-speed UCLA internet, which is not always high speed, like even that has a hard time loading some of these spaces. And so if you're thinking about a student who's maybe accessing the same works on a phone that's like 5 generations old, then that becomes a real important point of access and who we are excluding by using higher resolution textures. So I think that there's like a lot of like, I think like you're saying, there's a whole range of reasons I think to keep things low poly and accessible and to like still tap into some of those, Web 1.0 aesthetics and histories and genres.
Yeah.
I have one more question. In regards to retention, so I work with young adults teaching them just basics of VR, or getting them interested in the medium. Something I've run across very often is, and maybe you guys have experienced this, VR sickness when you first start. So you so to speak get your VR legs. What advice do you have for getting students to get in there, right, and I guess work around the sickness or work, trying to avoid that happening so often?
That's thank you for your question. That's extremely important, and that's where user, feedback comes into play, where we, in my creative practice, we test so many times the virtual spaces we make with people to see how they would react. And there's so many tricks that people have written about in VR that, how you place your player, how you move a player, how quickly can you move inside an environment, how quickly can you move the environment around you. So there's all of these tips, all of these tricks to make sure that you don't get nauseous. And then, it's also depends on like some people get way more motion sickness than other and so on. But I would say to start with something that doesn't really move and to just experience a static space. Like I would be careful with the degree and the experience. Like don't start with a roller coaster experience. I've been working with VR for 10 years. I cannot do a roller coaster experience. It's just a type of thing. So I would be careful with how you introduce people to VR, and then they can go into different type of experiences. But then how you design VR spaces, you need to be aware of how users or how the major chunk of users will be used to the space. So there's a lot of VR sitting experiences where you don't even move in the space. And then there's static standalone VR, and there's also VR where you get to teleport. A lot of people, like I don't like to use the teleport option because I feel like I get dizzy. So, it depends on every choice, but it depends who's your audiences and what are you designing it for. But there's all of these guidelines that you can follow.
And I have very little to add to that, except for I think just to echo that, it really is a question of care and like a care and attention to like the students' use. And it's also an access issue in a lot of ways where the, previous generation headsets have lower frame rates and thus you get sicker. And so like higher resolution. And so increasingly, the higher frame rates and the wider field of vision, like some of those sort of like, holding up in the background, like some of those, like the technical technical things, I hope to diminish that. But it's also just like these are larger questions about designing inclusive classrooms, I think. So flickering lights can produce migraines, or the text we use on our slides can be like make a lecture inaccessible to certain members of the classroom. And I think that the same attention and care to the needs of the students is really what I think is the only answer to that. And I think like designing, I really like this idea of like designing, especially first use cases, to be good experiences that like onboard people into the space in a way that is maximally accessible.
All right, everybody, why don't we give a big round of applause for the And before we break for lunch, I wanted to take a moment to briefly introduce our exhibitors who will be sharing demos throughout the lunch. We're happy to have Dax from Pico, who is one of the leading VR headset hardware companies. He'll demo Trip, a popular relaxing VR meditation application. We have Michael from Birdie, an award-winning immersive learning platform that are offering demos related to employee burnout, medical training, and a law mock trial. Joshua is here with Black Unicorn, an experimental application on Apple Vision Pro, and he's looking for XR interns for those that are interested. And Shawn will be showcasing Space Echo, a multiplayer VR installation about how humans and AI interact and perceive the world. And Jason is demoing a web application using XR and AI to promote physical fitness, a health-promoting digital experience. And before I hand off to our last exhibitor to introduce themselves, lunch will be at 12:30, so check out our demos, and we'll be resuming with our speakers at 1:30. And here's Kelsey and Daniel.
Hello everyone, I'm Kelsey. I'm an artist and animator, and I'm the co-creator of Forest VR. And thank you just for everyone here at UCLA, the XR Summit, to Joy, Danny Snelson, and all the organizers. And yeah, so our project is Forest, and it's an interactive meditative sound sculpture garden where viewers can explore different sequences. And Daniel Oldham is the sound artist and composer, co-creator. Do you want to say anything?
So we're going to have a sign up out in the hallway there. Hopefully we can get as many people through as possible, but it's about 10 to 15 minutes. So we're going to go ahead and be running it through the rest of the afternoon. And if you are interested, we can just text you whenever you're up and slide over down the hallway and we'll be through.
I'll be standing around there. You'll see the signage, and you just find me and add your name and number, and I'll text you when you're ready, or we could just let you know, depending on a specific talk you want to see, or even during the mixer event. So thank you.
Sorry, one last thing. I just wanted to let you guys know they will be in room 323, so it's outside in the hallway for their demo.
All right, good people. Hope you're having a great time. We're getting ready to bring up our next speaker. All right, so our next speaker is Shawn Grover. Shawn Grover is a key member of the senior leadership team as VP of Operational Excellence at Trigger XR, driving initiatives to maximize outcomes across the mixed reality agency. He maintains a pulse on all facets of the organization by identifying and tracking priorities and industry trends. As the connective tissue bridging various efforts to Trigger XR's overarching strategy, Shawn is instrumental in propelling impactful transformations throughout the company, spearheading strategic initiatives that drive systematic cultural and operational improvements for Trigger XR. Shawn's expertise is further enriched as an executive MBA candidate at UCLA Anderson. His credentials encompass overseeing hundreds of XR projects previously as VP of Production, as well as holding project management professional and certified Scrum Master certifications. Shawn has received numerous honors for his contributions to XR campaigns, including the Webby Awards, the Clio Awards, Niantic Lightship, SXSW Interactive Awards, and Apple's Best New App and App of the Day distinctions. Here's Shawn Grover.
All right, hello everyone. So the talk that I put together is called Emergent Play, Innovations in XR Creation and Experience. And I really want to focus on two different sides of really making XR and experiencing XR. So there's been a lot of changes and growth in the industry since I started doing XR back in 2009. And yeah, I'd like to kind of cover some of those innovations and emerging trends through case studies and also just talking through what I see the future of XR looking like. I'll also add that my background, I have a lot of family in academia, a lot of respect for it. And I think it inspires, not coming from myself being in the academic space, but on the industry side, I really look at that when it comes to both research and also older academic research that's being done when it comes to psychology studies and things like that. Because when you're working in XR, you're really thinking about embodiment and putting people into virtual spaces that don't exist. So it's really important to understand in general just how the mind-body connection works in that process. There's been a lot of work done already in that space. Sorry, let me get this going. There we go. So Trigger XR, it's a mixed reality agency. That's where I've been since 2009. And we are really focused on a few different pillars, including entertainment, retail commerce, innovation, and sports. And over the years, we've been able to work with a bunch of different partners, as you can see here. On the entertainment side, a lot of film studios, including Disney, Sony Pictures, and many of the sports leagues and things like that. So we have over 325 XR projects, and this is spanning both mobile, headset, desktop, kind of everything in between, and over 350,000 hours of XR development over those years. I want to give a little bit about my journey. I went to school at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, and I was studying computer science because I really wanted to be in the space of making games and interactive. Quickly found out that I didn't really want to be a programmer. And I fell in love, though, with production, being able to work together as part of a collaborative team and kind of shepherd all of the different disciplines. So when I joined Trigger, it was in the production side that I really focused right out of school. And in the early days, we weren't doing XR as much. We actually had an XR experience before I even joined the company. But it was primarily Flash and mobile development, like native development, until we got into Unity, which has been mentioned a few times already in the day as a tool for kind of just a 3D game engine. So I was the producer on Evil Dead, which is a film series now. Did a mobile game back then. And in the early days, I was also focused a lot on R&D initiatives within the company, and that included in the augmented reality space. So I helped produce our first XR app, which was in 2011 for The Amazing Spider-Man for Sony Pictures. And then we got into headset development with the first VR experience being Honda Dream Drive in around 2016. I was a producer kind of going up through this, gaining a bunch of experience, and then around 2017, I became the head of production. So that's when I really started to focus not just on my own projects, but really overseeing the entire production team. This is actually my second time speaking at UCLA, I guess third, because I've spoken at UCLA Anderson as well. So yeah, really passionate about growing the XR community here at UCLA, because I really believe LA is an epicenter for XR, especially on the software and experiential side. Then more recently, I've shifted over into this role of operations, where it's a little bit broader, related to not just overseeing projects, but on the business strategy side as well. And I'm currently studying at UCLA Anderson. So that's a little bit about me. And I'm going to really focus on that production process, like I mentioned, looking at innovation, both as a creator, and then also looking, second half of this will be focused on, as someone experiencing XR, what kind of emerging trends will emerge there. But first we'll focus on the production process, and I'm going to focus on discovery and research and ideation and prototyping as sort of the first two. We won't touch so much on pre-production, production, and launching and learning. This is sort of simplifying the process, but you know, I've got 45 minutes, so I hope to give you all some good insights. So discovery and research. When it comes to the work that we do at Trigger, you know, we're partnering with clients and basically looking to solve their problems. So traditional discovery and research, it's like market research, it's understanding the problem space, and then doing stakeholder interviews as part of that process. This is quite time intensive, and I don't think it's going away. This is kind of a necessary step, but there are ways to improve and speeden up this process. So the future of this, I believe, and we're already seeing and kind of doing this, is AI-enhanced research. This is using tools like ChatGPT to just speed it up. So if we're suddenly working with a client that we know nothing about the industry or the space, we're able to do much faster levels of research by understanding key players and case studies that already exist in the space, historical data. This is relatively basic. Like, I hope everyone is kind of using ChatGPT in this way already. But I think it's really important for this kind of adoption, because it can bridge the gap that much sooner. Then I think what's really interesting is on the stakeholder interview side. When you're in that role of doing discovery and understanding what the problems are, you know, the interview step, it's crucial, and what questions you're asking is really important as well. If you're not using AI, you're bound to, you know, miss a question or two. But with AI's help, you can give it your list of questions, ask it to draft questions, iterate with it to really understand and help make sure you're getting a broad picture of whatever you're trying to ask. These days, AI tools like meeting transcription, being able to take notes as part of the experience, just like makes things easier. Being able to get AI summaries of meetings, and then of course being able to feed all of that, all those summaries, to then have it share trends. Like this kind of stuff really speeds up and reduces some of the friction when it comes to the discovery and research side of dealing with projects. I also want to state that I don't think it's like traditional should go away because emerging methods exist. These are additional tools in our toolkit. And in this particular case, it's really just like AI enhanced. The next few slides I'll go through, they're ones that are a little bit different. And I think it's really important for those of us in the space to be considering all of the options that are available. I don't think that the traditional should actually go away. So ideation and prototyping, maybe perhaps more of the fun stuff. This includes brainstorming, storyboarding, which can be like 2D sketches, visuals, and lo-fi or dev prototypes. In the context of lo-fi, there's like Lego, clay, paper prototyping, and the kind of opposite extreme is coding. Like you have to know either how to program or you're kind of stuck in physical lo-fi prototypes. That's changing now, which is really exciting. And actually all of these are changing, and we'll talk through that next. So AI enhanced brainstorming. Again, this is like using tools like ChatGPT, and how is that going to change how we brainstorm? We'll talk about that in the next few slides. Storyboarding, so we went from 2D sketches, which again, some people can only draw stick figures, and now with text-to-image tools, the level of visualization that you can take it, even if you're not an artist by trade, is that much further. So storyboarding is being completely transformed. And then lastly, we're seeing a lot of no-code and low-code prototyping. So before, again, you were stuck in physical tools like building in Lego or clay, and either that or knowing how to program. But now we're seeing a lot of tools that are sort of in that middle space, which allows people that don't know how to code to get further along, kind of down the pipeline. When it comes to AI-enhanced brainstorming, ChatGPT is kind of incredible. Studies have already been done, and this one's from July 2023 that shows how ChatGPT was outperforming students in an innovation class, creating more ideas, faster and cheaper ideas, and better ideas. Like the vast majority of the best ideas were actually coming from ChatGPT, which is, as students, potentially discouraging. But I think the way to approach it is to adopt it and use it to enhance the way that you're thinking and brainstorming, to take you places further. Because otherwise, you know, it's at a stage already where it's out-competing, if you want to use competition in the context, human thought. And the scary thing, of course, this was July 2023. We all know how the models are improving with each iteration. Just a few days ago, ChatGPT 4 Turbo was released, and 5 is already being discussed. So yeah, AI-enhanced brainstorming is kind of the way of the future. Another thing that matters when it comes to this approach is how you prompt. And in general, if you're just one person brainstorming, obviously it's going to be better if you have a group of multiple people brainstorming instead, but maybe that's not an option. Or in general, if you are a group of people brainstorming, you still might benefit from ChatGPT. And this concept of chain of thought really helps to generate pools of ideas as if it's a diverse group of humans. This tweet, again, is from Ethan Mollick, who's a professor at Wharton. I recommend following him if you're interested in AI developments and how it's going to kind of disrupt business and innovation. But you can see here again, ChatGPT is kind of creating almost a human swarm of knowledge where you're able to access much more than kind of your own POV. You're able to get perspectives of many others using it as a tool. And this is just an example of what chain of thought actually means. The top half of this is a base prompt. That's maybe something that the average student, the average like a person working in the space might use to generate a prompt for like a product idea. The bottom half is what chain of thought actually means. And you can see here, it's training the ChatGPT or whatever LLM to approach it in sort of a step-by-step nature, sequentially, in order to come through with like ideas that are different from each other, and also in kind of a logical framework. And I thought this one was really interesting. The single most effective prompt was to start by telling AI to take a deep breath and work step by step. People are still figuring out how ChatGPT actually works. We know it's trained on data, like human data, and it kind of makes sense, right? Like if you're asking someone to do something difficult, it's not a bad idea to tell them first to take a deep breath and work step by step. Interestingly, ChatGPT is the same. It's actually outperforming in that context if you're telling it to work that way. So I always encourage like our staff to be thinking about ChatGPT as like a human intern. Give it context, encourage it, iterate with it. You can't fully trust it is another element. We all know, I think, about hallucinations with AI, and that's going to continue. So it's really important for critical thinking skills to be part of the framework, but we can also understand how to work better with it. That's kind of the goal with anyone that's working with a coworker, and ChatGPT is kind of an example of one where you should sort of treat it that way to get the best out of it. Switching to the prototyping examples, this is a nice visual kind of illustrating that lo-fi prototyping. And this example uses all of the above, like Lego, clay, and paper prototyping. I'm a strong believer in this type of lo-fi prototyping because, again, anyone can kind of do this. Even kids can prototype in this way. And the visualization that you get, it just gets you thinking in that spatial mindset. In XR, obviously, everything ultimately ends up being spatial. So to be working in kind of 2D diagrams and things like that doesn't do the full field justice. And this allows you to again think spatially, which only gets you further in the process. So this is still super valuable, but what we're seeing now are those no-code and low-code prototyping tools. So the next few slides will really cover a few of the programs that are out there and most common in the space. I'm starting here with Snap Studio, which is one of the programs we've been using since 2017. Snap, of course, this is the same Snap as Snapchat. So deployment is to the Snap app, but also to the web as well these days, and or directly within an app that you develop. The benefits of this is the tech is actually quite mature at this stage, and there's a library of assets and templates to work with. If you are a VR person focused really on the VR side, keep in mind that this currently is AR only, but it is great tech, and there's a lot of people in this space. There's a lot of successful developers, solo developers that have reached billions of impressions through just kind of the Snapchat algorithm. And that community is also really tight-knit and supportive. So people that don't know how to code, that are wanting to start to design spatially, can use a tool like this and get support from both, Snap has a Discord, as well as just from other folks in the community. Kind of a similar option is Metaspark. We've been working with this one also for a long time now at this point. And it has a lot of the same pros as Snapchat or Snap Studio. You have a library of assets and templates. It is AR oriented. You can see in this example, there's face effects and things like that. So if you're focused on kind of human expression and manipulation through AR, then these two are especially good. They also do world effects really well. So if you're focused more on rear-facing experiences, then they still are great tools. Similarly, this one has great tech and great community. So these are really good ones to check out if you're looking to kind of just start playing in the space. Adobe Aero is another one. This one, if you're already using Adobe products, that'll make picking this one up a lot more seamless. Again, this one's AR only. It's newer and a little bit more limited than the Lens Studio and Spark ones. It's designed for rear facing. There's no like front facing or face kind of support, but this one has like simple concepts that you can kind of put into AR, again, allowing people to design spatially quite easily. And this one I think is a really good example of one that if you have no coding experience, it's relatively easy to pick up on. The next few are going to be ones that are getting more into XR. So they're working on AR, VR, and cross-platform. So actually have headset support. Bezi is a startup that's been around, I think, for a couple years now. And you can see this example here. You can prototype, and they have a little bit more of a learning curve to some degree. And design is a little bit simpler to some degree also because you can design on the web, and they're looking at doing like multiplayer collaboration, which is really interesting. That's when you can have like potentially a developer and a creative both working together in a space, blocking out how an environment might look like in XR. So really figuring out the spatial concepts before you get to true development. And one more, this one's a little bit more oriented towards 3D modeling, spline. It's similar, I think, to Bezi and same kind of like feature set, but again, a little bit more for those that are like maybe knowing how to model could benefit from starting here. This one's newer and they already have Vision Pro support, so you're able to design on the web and then immediately test it in a Vision Pro headset. And then this one's sort of the opposite end of the spectrum. ShapesXR is a company who has collaborative XR prototyping, but you actually design in the headset itself. And again, it's multiplayer, like you can see in this GIF. Allows for rapid prototyping to figure out scaling, sizing, kind of just understanding the space. And this also exports into like a Unity game engine. So you can figure out things here, export it, and then the developer has a framework for how to size and space out everything. Now we're going to shift to some of those case studies and projects to kind of hopefully act as inspiration, so you can see what's being done out there in terms of industry and what clients are interested in. I'll start with the H2O bots. This was a R&D project that we did at Trigger. Snap had new technology at the time called connected lenses, and essentially that allowed multiplayer AR to happen in real time. So in the GIFs here, you can see there's two characters. They're playing as fire hydrant robots. And the goal of this mini game is to play as these firefighters and try to compete to extinguish the most amount of flames first. So it's a game that really changes. It's kind of a unique form factor for a game, right? Like it's very active, focused around moving around this building to find these randomly placed hotspots where the fires are showing up, and then kind of race to get there first, and whoever gets them gets the most first wins. We actually used AI to help on the concepting side for this. H2O bots was something that ChatGPT helped come up with that name, kind of fed it the concept and had it iterate on names, including actually the character names. Drip and Drop were the names that we landed on, although the I we changed for Drip, we changed the I to a 1, and then for Drop we changed the O to a 0. That was my brain power, not ChatGPT. I was actually disappointed that it didn't think of that because I thought it was pretty clever. And then also for tech problem solving, there was an instance on this project where we ran into some issues with the AR drift, and this was when ChatGPT just came out, like 3.5, and kind of fed it the problem, and it gave ideas on how to fix it. And we actually used one of ChatGPT's solutions to kind of proceed. And it was an old school solution, which makes sense because it's trained on old data, but one that we didn't think, we probably wouldn't have thought of that for, a new innovation lens. But it actually would work for this project, so we did that. We did a project with Universal for Jurassic World Dominion, the last Jurassic movie that came out. And this was using Niantic's Lightship tech. That's the same tech that Pokemon Go uses. And this one was really interesting because we leveraged semantic understanding. So you would have to scan your environment first, and that would enable certain dinosaurs to unlock. So for example, the giant T-Rex wouldn't appear unless you scanned a large open space. The pterodactyl wouldn't appear unless you scanned the sky. We also had a dinosaur that was more likely to be around water. So that one you actually had to scan like a lake or kind of an ocean space to be able to see that dinosaur. So leveraging all those types of things, walkable plains and things like that, you were able to get these dinosaurs in your environment. This was to promote the film, and obviously tons of opportunities to create viral content that you would see on Twitter and Instagram and all those sorts of things, and encourage people to get out in the process. So really playing with scale here in the context of AR. We then added a baby dinosaur. So there was a hand tracking component where you put your hand out and then a little piece of meat would appear in your hand, and then you could toss it, and then the dinosaur would eat it. So again, playing with interactions that you just couldn't really imagine in other types of fields. That's why I think XR is super powerful. You have a T-Rex appear at your favorite park, and the next time you're there, that memory exists, and it kind of really changes how we think about spaces in general. This one is a headset experience. I think actually the remaining slides are all headset oriented. And for Qualcomm and Mercedes, we worked on an F1 experience where you essentially had a VIP garage tour of the Mercedes vehicle and Mercedes garage. So this one leveraged volumetric capture. So we used a green screen shoot, volumetric shoot of Lewis Hamilton, the F1 driver, got him to say different lines so he could kind of introduce and act as a tour guide for the experience. This allowed us to also have VIP access, people normally can't experience a VIP tour of the garage, and just being able to bring people into that space and get this sort of exclusive access was something that was really exciting for Mercedes to be able to give to their fans, and then for us, of course, to work on. This was using Snapdragon Spaces and was built for the Lenovo Think Reality VRX headset. It was premiered at the Las Vegas F1 race late last year. You can see here that there's also these hotspots, so you could really understand the Mercedes vehicle a lot better. Just different kind of fun facts, video footage, and things like that would pop up as hotspots around the vehicle. For Lenovo, we had done a project with Discovery Channel and their Shark Week program. And this one's a little bit more naturally because it's Discovery, education-based. And this one allowed you to see a life-size great white shark in your environment, again with this kind of hotspot motif where you could find out fun facts, see different photos with an AR shark. It also had this AR globe that kind of showed the migration patterns of a shark, and also a mini game where you could play as a shark and seek out prey like seals in the environment. And through the process, you're also collecting information like how many calories you've consumed and how long it takes until the shark gets hungry again and stuff like that. So again, this is like a new form of education, I feel like, that's not possible really currently without XR. It's another kind of emerging opportunity. On the enterprise side, Honda is a team that we worked with since 2016, and their advanced design innovation team is one that's creating the cars of the future. That process is quite time intensive and expensive because they're modeling in 3D, but then when they're ready for a model to be seen at life-size scale, historically, they're looking at getting clay models built, which, that's resource intensive, that's time intensive. It takes 8 weeks for that to be made. So we were brought on to create a design evaluation tool originally on the first HoloLens that allowed you to import 3D models and then be able to immediately review it in AR space. So this was like a volumetric digital model that not only had that basic functionality of being able to see it at life size, but also be able to add new interactions that a clay model wouldn't be able to provide. So you could rotate the vehicle, you could change its color, you can change out the tires, all of these sorts of things, and even do comparisons side by side. So if they had two different designs, being able to look at them side by side and really pick it out apart at a scale that is closer to the real thing. So this is an example of one where you can save on time, save on resources. I like to think that this is more climate friendly than the clay model solution, then also add value with the interactions and being able to try out different things at a life-size scale. Another one that's more enterprise but also education-based is this example we did for Verizon and the Miami Dolphins. This one looked to take the process of learning different plays within football to the next level by, traditionally those are playbooks, X's and O's, maybe on a piece of paper, and being able to visualize those on a tabletop experience where you're looking at the pitch from an overhead view, but also being able to be in the position of like a quarterback and see the players in front of you. Again, super powerful when it comes to experiencing and learning. Like this is just, night and day difference compared to the X's and O's of old. This one was using AR glasses, and I think one thing that's really important to keep in mind is just in general the user experience. If you're an instructor and you're working with students, or in this case athletes, like eye-to-eye contact is very important. We can tell that just looking at the Apple Vision Pro and how there's an eyesight feature there to kind of bridge that loss of eye-to-eye contact. But for certain experiences, it actually makes sense to do smart glasses like this that allows you to see the other person instead of completely taking you into an immersive environment. And this one leveraged 5G. So a lot of different technologies, I think, in general are coming out, AI, of course, being one of them. And XR is one that's really additive to all of those. Like any new technology can almost be implemented into the space and just kind of add value in terms of the experiences and new types of things that you can create. Speaking of AI, InWorld is a conversational AI startup. Recently partnered with Microsoft for a multi-year commitment to be like a partner with them to create Xbox experiences where their tech is being leveraged. we created a prototype using Eighth Wall, which is a WebAR platform that we've used for a long time, that allowed you to place this potion seller into your environment. And conversational AI, that's one where you're talking to the character. You can use either voice or text to communicate. And this was sort of like a mini game where you're trying to buy all of the potions that this character is selling you. You're able to give the AI a personality, in general, like its sentiment, like how charismatic is it, what backstory does it have, and leverage all of those things to ultimately understand its emotions, and then create animations that are tying to those different emotions. So Percival would have like an angry emotion in case the user said something mean to him, a happy emotion, all those sorts of things. I feel like this is where one of the main frontiers that we're looking at when it comes to the future of XR, because when you think broadly, this is just like a kind of an entertainment gaming use case, but especially in the world of like academia, like learning and education, where you've got like an AI agent that's helping you learn something, like that can be really powerful. So as we look ahead, AI NPCs. So where that's headed now, it's somewhat limited currently because like Percival didn't have a memory. You couldn't have multiple sessions with them. The level of contextual interactions are just going to increase, where we'll have AI NPCs that are understanding your environment, understanding where you're placing them, what you're giving them, like a physical object, what you're showing them. This example is from Ubisoft's Neo NPC. This is just like a video game demo, but you can imagine it quite easily being in VR and or in AR, where the character is just placed in your environment. So, and AI NPCs bring brand new levels of realism and immersion. They'll start having autonomous behavior, so their own kind of cycles of goals, motivations, if they're going to work inside of the environment, like the whole life is kind of being lived out. And if you imagine that their memories are being kept, that's when it will get super powerful, because they'll know you really well if you're willing to divulge certain information to them. And the use cases are kind of endless. Entertainment and games will obviously be one, but training, education, and healthcare, like being able to talk and ask questions and get answers. The AI NPCs is definitely an area that we're focused in. I touched on semantic understanding with the Jurassic example, and Niantic has this product app out there that's you're taking care of this virtual pet. It's one of the ones that I think is at the forefront of semantic understanding currently, where like if you give a physical apple to the pet, it'll react positively. Those types of contextual interactions will start to continue to see increase. The level of emotion that we're seeing these characters increase, like, I'm sure some folks have seen the NPC trend that's on like social media where people are pretending to be NPCs. The level of like AI NPCs, especially with expanded animation sets, will just like take it further and further to realism. And this would allow us to blend physical and virtual interactions in a way that we haven't been able to see before. It's already quite impressive to see like a dinosaur in your park, but being able to then have it interact with things physically that you're bringing it would be quite amazing. Virtual collaboration. This example is using the Vision Pro spatial personas. This was an update, I think, just last week, 1 or 2 weeks ago. And this experience could be done in VR using cartoony avatars, but the level of fidelity, if you're using like facial scans, you can imagine how this is really bridging that distance gap. Two friends that are across the country are able to feel like they're playing chess together in their own environment. This is going to create new forms of like remote play and collaboration, and in general, levels of like emotionally connected experiences that that will feel lifelike. So we're really interested in this space as well, the multiplayer aspect, as the headsets continue to gain adoption in the coming years. And then kind of the Wild West frontier of generative storytelling. We have movies, we have games and interactive. I think there's going to be something that will be a new format, and it's going to be somewhat in between like games and like film. But these are ones where it's like almost like Westworld. Unique, fluid narratives for each player, because everyone's playing the game or experience in their own way. That's leading to collaborative world building, because the AI NPCs and the agents in there are responding to a bunch of different externalities of player actions. And it changes what the developers are doing. Like, we are acting not just as virtual architects creating these spaces, but also the narrative architects, where we're creating these story arcs and concept to almost help guide the direction of the AI NPCs, like their underlying behaviors and personalities, but we're giving them freedom to say what they will say, working within those contexts. So it changes the role of a developer and, of course, as a player, because it is going to be something that they have a role in shaping. And of course, that'll be persistent spaces, so they'll kind of get a life of their own to some degree in the process. That's it. That's all I've got. So yeah, I hope that was useful when it comes to focusing on both the emerging trends and also some inspiration when it comes to new projects that we worked on, as well as what to expect in the future. I don't know if we have time for questions. Thank you. Yeah? Okay.
Thank you. So yeah, we do have until 2:20, but I did have a question. I was curious to hear more about maybe some of the engagement metrics that you have for some of your apps, and if that factors into how long you kind of keep an experience going and supporting that.
Yeah, I would say key metrics are, of course, like number of eyeballs, time spent within an experience. It really depends on the goals of a project, though. Because it can be, if it's more enterprise side, it might be how much time is being saved, or how much faster is training occur. So it can be custom based off of the experience. But when it comes to the marketing side of things, it's sort of the traditional metrics of like how many people are looking at it, how much are they engaging in it, are they coming back. Sometimes retention is not something that is valued too much. Sometimes it's driving to a purchase. For example, Jurassic might be driving to buying the movie. I think you had a second part of the question.
Yeah, I'm just curious if that factors into how long you guys decide to support the apps and going forward. And
I think it can. Sometimes there's sort of a set campaign duration, so it's not in control. But in the case of say the work that we do with Honda, if it's saving the designers time, they're going to want to continually update that. And ultimately, in that case, it was one where we developed the tool so that they could import their 3D models themselves and be able to review it kind of on their own. The earliest stages of that was one where they would have to give us the models, and then we would develop the app that then showed those 3D models that they gave us.
Thank you.
Hi. I'm just wondering, when a client approaches you and presumably they have an idea that they want the agency to sort of build, what sort of, guardrails or guidelines might you sort of give them? Like, because so much of this is so new, I'm sure y'all get all kinds of crazy ideas that push up against not just technical limitations, but like user expectations. How do you sort of manage that?
Yeah, I would say understanding their budget first and timeline goals, like what are the constraints of the project? And then also what problem or goal are they trying to solve? Like, is it a marketing goal where it's to get a bunch of press and attention? Is it one where they're looking to really deepen the relationship a user might have with the brand? So understanding what they're trying to go for, and also, of course, those constraints of like budget and time would be how we primarily push them down a direction. Then we, of course, look at like legal factors, for example. Are they, what is their fear factor of AI as a company? And those types of things to kind of just understand the space that they're thinking in, to then help guide them down the right or wrong choice, hopefully the right choice.
Thank you so much. It's always interesting to hear from the industry side how folks are embracing AI, but I do have a couple of big questions for you. So as you articulated, most LLMs are only using old data. So how are you expecting something that's generating from already existing content to create true innovation? To create new ideas when it can't actually think or generate anything new. It can only regurgitate old information. And also, when you're doing it for prototyping, if it's generating concept art, how do you worry about copyright and thinking about giving attribution to the artists that whose work it's taking and generating from? But also, again, like you're not going to be really generating any sort of new, inspirational, innovative concepts using art that already exists.
Yeah, I'll answer the second question first. Good questions. Concept art is just that, like concept art. Like it ultimately, we're not using it in final end products. It's more just as a visualization tool. I think there's a few different ways of approaching it. Like there are some companies that are training their own visuals and data on that, so they're kind of working within their own environment. It's a legal gray space, but I think it's important to attribute the artist if you're using their work. The problem right now, of course, is like tools like Midjourney. You don't know which artists are being leveraged. But yeah, I mean that's something that's going to get figured out, I think, in the courts to some degree. We use it not for production purposes, and it's just for concepting internally, and then potentially putting in front of the client again as a way to help guide the direction. I think AI is also underestimated when it comes to innovation. Like that study showed how innovation is actually doing quite well. It's able to combine different types of elements of different, say, artists or different concepts to create like unique, novel ideas, because just the way it works, right? Like we're still figuring out entirely how it works, but it's able to still create new ideas. It's not just necessarily giving concepts that are ones that exist.
So I actually have a related follow-up question around intellectual property, and it has to do with, right, you're using some of the generative AI stuff for prototyping, but in terms of brainstorming, you're also putting information into the AI. So are you using your own instance of ChatGPT in OpenAI, or are you just paying for the public one and just putting your ideas into that? And yeah, just what is the concern around putting your own ideas into this potentially public model and what that model might do with the information you're putting into it?
Yeah, another good question. These are all things that we are thinking a lot about when we're seeing AI adoption, both internally and of course with our clients. When it comes to that there's ways to like shut off the valve, so it's kind of like one way, and that's of course what we do because we're dealing with sensitive information. We don't want that to go into a training set, so that's how we handle it. I imagine most people in the space are doing the same to that regard.
Awesome. I wanted to ask you about the low to no coding prototype software. So my question is there a lot of overlap between those? So Bezi and Aero. I know for my students, or all students at UCLA, we have access to the Adobe suite. And so and the good thing about that is that since my students are minors, we have to clear through UCLA safety protocol. And so we have Aero. Is that translatable professionally? And there's a lot of overlap between whatever Meta's doing and all the other stuff that you mentioned, the other examples?
In terms of the feature set, there's overlap. Like I mentioned with Adobe Aero, it's a little bit more limited to Snap and Metas. Unfortunately, there's not really an easy way to port. Say you build something in Adobe Aero, it's not easy to port it to another proprietary tool, which is unfortunate. I know that there have been companies that have attempted to do such things. But fortunately, like they're all kind of work somewhat similarly. Like if you've built it once, porting it to another one, usually there's a reduced effort by a substantial amount. That's kind of when you're building it the second time.
Hello? Can you hear me?
In the room, so yes, just project.
Okay, thank you for coming. I really liked your talk. I just have a couple questions that are just like more specific to me, I guess. But first one was like, you guys use a bunch of different platforms like Niantic lenses and eighth wall and stuff. Is like what tool you use specific for like your project needs, or is it more like, is it also aligned with like the client, like what they want? And then I have another question, but.
Yeah, so we develop on a lot of different tools, and it's that toolkit approach a little bit, like that allows us to be able to play in all spaces. It is specific to the client's like needs and things like that. So if they're on web and they're looking for a web AR experience, then we lean towards like eighth wall, but there's other solutions there. If there's ever a reason for them to not want to use eighth wall, then we have alternative solutions. So it's really dependent on the client.
Okay, cool, yeah, because I'm not like super familiar with all of them, but I know some of them you could probably use the same tool for like to replace the other one, you know, like you could maybe just use eighth wall or something.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely, you know, it's a little bit of the Wild West, like different companies are trying to be the leader in the space. So yeah.
Okay, and then the other one was like, I was just curious about were you part of the like Verizon like workout, the football kind of like table overlay thing?
The one that we looked at? Or?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I was curious like if you knew what they used to get like the 3D like representation of the people.
Yeah, I mean, for this one, we're using Unity for the project, and like we built this
And
the 3D in Maya.
They use something like LiDAR or like some motion tracking, or I don't see them moving, so I don't know if they're using motion tracking, but.
Oh, no, yeah, no motion tracking for this one. It was more of a spatial placement kind of thing.
Okay, so you're not like actually scanning the people?
No, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was just curious about that. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. We scanned for for this one.
Okay.
This is a actual F1 recording of Lewis Hamilton taken from a green screen shoot.
Oh, you used like you guys use just photogrammetry, like.
It's called volumetric capture. So like we partnered with MetaStage for this one. They're based in LA.
Okay, interesting. I'll look into that. That sounds cool. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
All right. right, next up, we have a panel. So I'm going to invite Doug, Chris, and Amy up to the stage with me.
Just ask a question.
All right. We have There we go. Can everybody hear me okay? Yes? Okay, great. Introductions will actually happen as part of the sort of presentation, panel presentation, and then we're hoping to open it up to questions at the end. So we'll aim for about 30 minutes of us sharing our work and our collaboration, and then we'll turn it over to have a conversation. Because that's what we really like to do, is talk and sort of figure these things out together. So we're hoping to have that kind of a conversation. Joy, how am I doing? Everything working okay? Yes, I have, is this the mic? Yes. And then I'll, okay. Should I move it over? Okay. Great. You can hear me okay? Wonderful. And so I'll start. We'll have others come up to the podium as we discuss things. And just for my fellow presenters, we have our notes here. We have the presentation here. So you have to sort of move them simultaneously. Yeah. Okay. So thank you for having us up. I'd like to frame our collaborative presentation and the collaboration itself as an example of what can be done at a world-class R1 university with a wealth of expertise and resources if being the operative word, you can figure out how to work between departmental silos. And we have a lot of those here at UCLA, and it can be quite challenging at times. But from my own overlapping positions in OARC, the Office of Advanced Research Computing here at UCLA, as well as the Digital Humanities Department, I already have a kind of hybrid role between research support and instruction. So I'm one of those people that likes to try to have their fingers in all the pies, so to speak. I like to play halfback, be everywhere I can be. So I'm really here with my colleagues from the Fowler Museum and from two different units in the library, both the Data Science Center and the Digital Library Program, to present and discuss a kind of case study in agile project work and collaboration when it comes to XR. So, there we go, simultaneous, okay. We want to show today what can be situated sort of in a Venn diagram. And at the overlapping center of which is a project called Vital Matters, which was a grant-supported project at the Fowler, and addressing the outer loops as well as the sort of consecular circles working inward, right? We will mention our other collaborative efforts that engage 3D and immersive technology across campus. In the process, we will highlight a few common threads that stitch together our work in interesting and sometimes unexpected configurations, I would say. One is the textured materiality of collections objects and the duality of tangible items in relation to their digital facsimiles. A second is this series of creative and technical challenges that make collaboration really necessary and also joyful, I would say, as a process of discovery, figuring out how to 3D scan tapestries, then host them online, then build curriculum from them, for example, right, suggests a vertical integration of services that is a really farm-to-table model, or farm-to-table approach that we've adopted. And a third is a non-unique, I should say, and the third is the non-uniqueness of our custom project. Sort of an oxymoron there, but I think it's an important thing to say. Every innovation, adaptive solution, or improvisation workflow creates new opportunities, making the next one even easier. So with that, I would like to introduce Amy Landau, Director of Education and Interpretation at the Fowler Museum, who will introduce the Vital Matters project.
Thank you. And so this is that
one there and then that one there.
Great. Hi, everyone. I'm Amy. Frankly, I feel like I just crashed a party, but I think that's the intention of the panel. So I'll be introducing the project Vital Matters. So close to 4 years ago, the Fowler Museum at UCLA received the largest foundational grant in its 60-year history. In 2021, we received a $2.4 million grant from the Lilly Endowment, with 2/3 of those monies going to the education department. So upon my arrival at UCLA in 2019, one of my overarching goals was to establish a digital learning footprint at the Fowler as Director of Education and Interpretation. However, to be absolutely clear, while this was a primary goal, I didn't have the skills necessary. And that's where collaboration really becomes a key factor. I didn't have the skills or the knowledge of a digital humanities scholar. So let me begin by saying that the success of this project that I'll introduce briefly today is due to the collaboration with Francesca Albrezzi, Jonathan Glover, Chris Gilman, Doug Daniels, and so many other team members. And it has been a joy and honor to work with them. So the Lilly Endowment Grant was to study, interpret, and present religious works in the Fowler collection. And here you could substitute religious for sacred, for ritual, devotional. And it was to do so, to study those material expressions of belief through the lens of living religion. And so basically, what do I mean by living religion? It's moving away from the dates and doctrines approach to the study of living religion, which focuses on how people express, create, and practice religion and spirituality in their everyday lives. Having spent the first part of my career as a curator for Islamic, South and Southeast Asian art, I was committed to rethinking how we interpret and present the material expressions of religion, the material expressions of belief in the public sphere of a museum and as well as in university classrooms. So I had the following curatorial objectives. One is to intercept the museum record defined by curators and academics with bodies of knowledge outside academia, outside the museum. So knowledge that's created in practice, in the practice of religious practitioners, community organizers, journalists, and lawyers. Two, I wanted to move away from the third-person anonymous, singular, and authoritative voice of museum interpretation, and to allow for multiple and even competing narratives to exist side by side in these spaces I mentioned earlier. An inspiration here was, of course, the Nigerian scholar and novelist Chimamanda Adichie's talk, The Danger of a Single Story. I knew I needed a digital landscape to organize these multiple perspectives, and I really wanted this digital landscape to have sort of the aesthetic draw of what we do in analog, what we do in the museum. We work with exhibition designers, lighting designers, et cetera, to sort of create sort of the power of telling a story and eliciting empathy. And so I firmly believe that the stories we weave for museums and classrooms should make people care, to make people care intellectually and aesthetically and emotionally. And here I always love to reflect on Andrew Stanton of like Pixar fame's words that he says, getting people to care is by design, it's not by chance. And you need that through collaboration. And finally, I wanted to put into relief the humanistic aspects of religion, to think about what religious and spiritual traditions tell us about liberation, gender, how we relate to the natural world, to really get to those points where those intersecting points of different belief systems and get away from that dates and doctrines approach I mentioned earlier. So these skills were realized in the project Vital Matters, Art, Devotion, and Practice. As for the title and framing, my inspiration was offered by a UCLA WACD student, Lily Flores, who introduced me to the seminal work of Jane Bennett's Vibrant Matter, A Political Ecology of Things, produced in 2010, that provided an intellectual framing for the project. For Bennett's Vibrant Matter invokes the notion that non-human materialities are comparable to energetic or have energetic forces. So we riffed off of Vibrant Matter and we arrived at Vital Matters. Through various conversations with the individuals here on stage and with others, let me read to you a brief description of that project. Vital Matters Art, Devotion, Practice is a digital initiative that represents different perspectives on devotional works at the Fowler Museum, which is your museum here at UCLA. These are objects that arouse devotion, awe, and serenity, mediate relationships between human and spiritual realms, and are of vital importance to the cultural heritage of individuals and communities. This project brings together academic knowledge produced in museums and universities with the knowledge embedded in the practice of spiritually based leaders, artists, and community organizers. Together, their insights shed light not only on the materiality of belief, but on the vital matters of today, such as public health, environment, and education. And with that, I'll turn it over to my colleagues.
And you're seeing some samples of that work in this video that had been playing. And we also have content libraries specifically that speak to the 5 objects for this first round of Vital Matters that we will, when we share these slides, you'll have access to. All right. So next I'm going to introduce myself and speak a little bit about my role on this project, because when Amy reached out to me about 2 years ago for some support and brainstorming and feedback on where she was headed with this incredible idea as a digital initiative and process, I don't think she realized the ride that she was in for with me. As I mentioned, I'm in the Office of Advanced Research Computing here at UCLA, where I'm a digital research specialist, as well as the manager of the GIS and Visualization Research Technology Group. In addition, I wear a few other hats. I'm also the Director of Development for the Vital Matters Project and the Interim Vice Chair of Curriculum and Development and Assessment for UCLA's program in digital humanities. And so for the use, I should say the use of XR for a project that focuses on the materiality of objects, right, that's really not a hard sell in theory. The 5 objects we focused on for the initial rollout of the initiative are all very different. And that presented some unique challenges, which my colleague Doug will talk more about in just a few minutes. But in terms of affording us the close-looking, detailed, object-oriented exploration that we were looking for, it really was the ideal approach for this project. So the digital team worked closely with content experts to develop annotated 3D models of 5 different objects. You'll see some of that work happening here. And within the forthcoming Vital Matters website, we have implemented these as a cursory, really exploratory moment with an object, whereby key visual details of the work are noted, and I should say very briefly defined, as if to give a simple orientation to spark interest and connection. As Amy has mentioned, the project is seeking to move away from the model whereby the museum is the sole authoritative voice and embrace paradigms that allow for perspectives and more visitor agency, really. So the late Judith Mastai, former head of education at the Art Gallery of Ontario, or AGO, emphasized the idea of paths of desire when it came to visitors moving through museum spaces. And we really looked to this as a model for how we might think about what XR could offer us. While curators often have intended paths or focus on specific visual legacies when approaching iconography within objects, visitors have encounters with objects that are unique to them and their perspectives. How do we support and embrace that? So in her article, There's No Such Thing as a Visitor, Mastai tells us in the first paragraph that the emphasis should be on a visitor, because visitors do exist, they're just not all the same, right? There's not a single type of visitor, but many different types or different kinds of people that museums need to try to reach. So to foster positive visitor experiences, curators and museum educators think about paths of desire, the way in which visitors choose their paths through the environment, as well as the way they like their information packaged and how much information they like to have, right? So our team's been leveraging platforms like Sketchfab and Matterport to create digital opportunities for visitors to travel on their own desire lines when it comes to interfacing with the Fowler's collection. We've also explored open source options like the Smithsonian's platform Voyager, and the library has been using Sketchfab, so we've gone that route for now. And I think both Doug and I are eager to find non-proprietary options. You'll see some of that in a little bit. I will also say that our team is just waiting for these platforms to develop video integration. Right now, these experiences live alongside, alongside our incredible video repositories and will be connected on our Vital Matters website. But it would be ideal to be able to embed those videos directly within these 3D viewer platforms, a development that I have no doubt is coming very, very soon, as they've continued to promise. So now with that, I'm gonna turn it over to Doug Daniels, our Emerging Technologies Librarian at the Data Science Center and the director of the Lux Lab, to speak to some of the technical challenges that the team has faced when scanning the objects, and why it's beneficial to work across our respective units and collaborate to build the best possible 3D model.
Hello, everybody. As Francesca said, my name is Doug Daniels. I work in the library. I've been with the library for a little over 10 years. When I first started, I was given one 3D printer and told to figure out what it would take to bring a makerspace into UCLA Library. Since that time, there have been 2 purpose-built makerspaces built on campus, both about 3,000 square feet, both much more flush than I am, and yeah, just better all around for the maker side of things. And my personal interest has always been history and cultural heritage preservation, and so actually through EDUCAUSE and a lot of smaller liberal arts universities like Brandeis, Wellesley, Colgate, been working a lot with them, and I saw them using 3D scanners in the field. And I was like, well, that looks like fun, I want to do that. And so that's kind of what I've been doing. Developing a 3D scanning service, or kind of the way I describe it nowadays is that I'm focusing on 3D data support, sort of from farm to table, right? Helping produce the 3D, this shirt is not very friendly to stickers. Starting off with creating the 3D model itself, or working with existing 3D models. But then all of the problems that come with that. Once you have the 3D model, how do you share it? How do you open it? How do you just, interact with it? And so that's kind of what Francesca was speaking about there at the end there. We have been using Sketchfab as a kind of Band-Aid solution. I don't know if you guys are familiar with it at all. It's great for what it is. It's fantastic. But it's a commercial platform and they have very strict polygon count size limits. I'm not sure if Yara is still here, but the examples that I have here, I decided to include polygon counts as well because with VR stuff, that is pretty important. And as you'll see, the scans that we can produce with our hardware are pretty high fidelity. So the two types of scanning that I do mostly is structured light scanning, what you can see on the left. The scanner projects a pattern, think of it like a grid pattern. Cameras can see that pattern as it's deformed over the object that it's projected onto, and then the software translates that deformation into a 3D object. It's strobing at about anywhere between 5 and 15 frames per second. I have a video. Yes, I have a video where you can see some of this in action. And then there is LiDAR as well. We have a drone that we recently acquired that has a LiDAR payload. LiDAR stands for light detection and ranging. It's similar to sonar, which is sound detection and ranging. But it uses a laser, and it fires the laser at about 200,000 times a second and measures the time that it takes for that laser beam to bounce off the object or the ground or the microphone. And then generates literally a point cloud. And point cloud is the basic format for any kind of 3D data. You build off of a point cloud. So the first object that I have here and is the yarn art, as I call it. It's not the official title of the piece. But I don't know if you can see it there at the bottom. There are 2.5 million polygons on this. Which is too much for Unity. The size of the object itself isn't that big. It's only about 56 megabytes. I'm pretty sure I reduced the polygons on this because it wasn't so much the surface geometry that we were interested in. It was obviously the color, the art. But some of the challenges with this one, there's a texture error, the color error that somebody might have spotted on the left. And then the backside, the two challenges there were you can sort of see the remnant of the wire that was used to hang it. That got picked up by the scanners and then applied as color, as texture onto the model. It's probably fixable, but it's probably not worth the effort because it's not really that obstructive. But thin wires like that, very difficult to scan, particularly because they're constantly moving. You can kind of see that movement translated into texture. But then also the thinness of this part, the edge here, you can't really see it too well, but there really wasn't an edge. It was two halves that I kind of put together and then told the software just keep it there and give me the model. And then the texture error that I was talking about, you could see a little blue thing there on the lower right. I can actually use this. This right here, this is a latex glove from the curator that was holding the artwork while I was scanning it. Yeah, that's something that you don't know until you're in the very final step of applying texture. Yeah, that's just one of the challenges. You can go back in and select which frames you want to use for texture. I think in this case, every time I tried to choose frames that didn't have that latex glove in it, I ended up missing too many frames of the surrounding artwork, so we just opted to keep it in there. The other tapestry that we scanned was the Jane tapestry. This one had 20.7 million polygons, so I know for a fact that other one was reduced because they were The other one was larger, physically larger. And is about half a gig in size. And this tapestry actually was about the size that it is on the screen here, on the projector screen, I think. And this one was actually turned out to be the easiest to scan. But I have a screenshot there on the right to kind of highlight one of the benefits of 3D scanning, which is that you can remove the texture, as we call it in 3D parlance, which is the color, essentially. And that reveals the surface geometry underneath. So if you imagine, instead of a very beautiful tapestry, if this was a relief carving on a wall somewhere that was, damaged in a fire or eroded over time, and you could barely see what was carved on there, you can do a 3D scan of it, remove or never apply the texture in the first place, and then you can really see the detail come out. And this point actually leads into one of the challenges with 3D scanning, is that it produces these models that have millions and millions and millions of polygons, which is why you can see the detail, carving, the surface geometry detail. So removing that detail so that you can put it into VR could be, destroying the purpose for the scan in the first place. The teaching material itself could be destroyed if you reduce the quality too much. Did that twice. Third time's a charm. Another tapestry that we did, this one was much larger. Again, I removed the texture on the right, and you'll notice, you probably can't see it too well on the left, but there was a difficult area to scan right here. There was, I believe, a tassel thingy that was kind of blocking the stuff behind it. And then, of course, there was this ribbon at the top here, too, and it was very difficult to get all the nooks and crannies. And then on top of that, the little dangly bits here were difficult to scan, and the tapestry was so large and hanging on a wall so that, how do I explain this? Like the ripples in here, the front of, let's say, this dent, the front of this dent was behind the back of the forward bump, if that makes sense. So when I tried to close the model and give it a back, it couldn't do that. It was basically cutting through itself. Another challenge with this particular one, because it was so big and dangly, was that the air conditioning itself was slightly moving the tapestry. And the scanner that we were using has a resolution of around 0.5 millimeters. So if it's moving more than half a millimeter, you're going to screw up the scan. And this one, 16.2 million polygons, 350 megs. These doors, I just put them together in the same because they had the same sort of challenge. These were by far the easiest things to scan for the most part. Just given the material properties, they both ended up 45 megs, and I made a mistake. It's like they have the exact same number of polygons. Well, that's because I screenshotted the same thing twice. Okay, well, they both had around 2 million polygons. The challenges for the doors were this handle right here. There was just no way for the scanner to see underneath. So this was actually just a big hole, and you can tell the scanning software to fill the hole, but when it does that, what it usually does is what you see over here is this large sort of bulb area. And so what I ended up doing here was just manually cutting it because I knew that it was supposed to be flat. But that's another one of the benefits of removing the texture is you can very, very clearly see when the software fills a hole or an algorithm fills the hole, it's going to look a lot smoother and a lot more obvious than the surrounding model itself. Some other challenges of this, I remember this part right here, this latch at the top of this door had some underside that was difficult to capture in the end. But by and large, these turned out pretty good. The Tree of Death was super fun and beautiful piece. 17.5 million polygons, 380 megs. And the challenge with this particular one was the kind of small dangly details. You can sort of see, I highlighted some free floating bits. There's one down here as well. This isn't necessarily a big deal, but it generally speaking, it's good to have the file be its own single watertight model. It's not super important in all contexts, but this was something that wouldn't really be able to go back and fix just because of the kind of nature of the metal that was dangling these parts. We had originally thought that we would be able to isolate each one of these in Unity, right? And then kind of have them be free floating and free wiggling. But alas, when we started all of this, I did not have all the pieces in place that I do now to help with this sort of thing. Is this, yes, okay, so you guys get to see the Tree of Death. It's really cool. It's a really nice piece of art, and it stands about this tall, I think it was. So yeah, super beautiful, a lot of fun to scan. And this is on Sketchfab. If you search LuxLab on Sketchfab, you'll see what we have. It's not a lot. I've stopped uploading stuff because, again, it's just not a long-term solution. I'll show you guys what we've been doing for a long-term solution in a second. There we go. This is me scanning in the background. This happened 2-3 weeks ago. This is at the Vietnamese Heritage Museum in Garden Grove, California, down in Orange County. Totally community-run organization, super friendly, amazing people. The lady that I'm standing next to in the background of this video, her name is Kelly Nguyen. She is a professor here of Vietnamese history, and she was my kind of connection. And the boat that we're scanning is a Vietnamese river boat that was used by a family of 8 to escape Vietnam across the Pacific to come to America. They were picked up by a cargo ship and taken to France, where the boat was, until the French authorities found out about this museum and said, why don't you take this boat back? First instance of repatriation I think I've ever heard of from a European institution. Fantastic. But I guess it's because they were giving it to America, so I don't know. Anyway, so on the right there, you can see me scanning. What we ended up doing was 3 separate projects. I had one for the exterior of the boat, one for the interior, and then one for this free-floating mast and sail. And after processing everything, I put them all together. And just this morning, my student finished, let me set this down one second. Actually, I don't think I need to. Maybe I do. It's not pretty yet. This is very bare bones. It's still a work in progress, but you guys can follow along. Go to www.pointcloud.ucla.edu. Go to VHM. Just a fair warning, there's some cadaver stuff in here, so if you're squeamish, don't click on the cadaver arm folder. So this is the final product, and now this is a little bit condensed, but the final model had about 75 million polygons. And what's cool about this platform is, as you can see, it's loading in the browser dynamically. It's probably doing a lot slower on the screen itself. It always seems to do that. But it's loading dynamically in the browser, and it will load on your phone as well. And so this is one of the ways in which we're trying to fix the problem of access and the hardware barrier that comes alongside a lot of 3D content. Yeah, it's a little dark, huh? Okay, yeah, so yeah, I'm gonna be going back down, scanning some more stuff, but, oh yeah, and this viewer is called Potri, and it works in VR as well. But it only visualizes point clouds. It doesn't render models, because then you would need that hardware. So anyway, happy to talk more about it later, but I'm gonna hand things back to Francesca.
Thank you so much. And I should say, Doug has been a great collaborator, and we've also worked with Joy and her scanner as well, and I did mobile LiDAR, and in some cases the mobile was actually a little bit better, and in other cases it was horrible.
So we really did mix and match to find the best way to represent these objects in 3D. I'm just going to quickly mention, before turning it over to Chris, if my slides will catch up. Ooh, here we go. Oh, that's okay. Well, I mentioned them. I'm just going to jump back in to share one additional immersive aspect of the project, which was led by our colleague Jonathan Glover, who's in the room, and he set up the Matterport camera here, because we did these annotated Matterport captures of exhibitions for immersive annotated walkthroughs, which are now available on the Fowler's website. And these experiences offer digital field trips, really, for educators, middle school, high school, and university teachers, for university teachers and students, while preserving temporary exhibitions in a digital space. So it also offers a really incredible archival sort of documentation as well. You've probably seen this technology before, I would imagine, maybe looking through real estate. You can use 360 cameras with the Matterport software, or for even better quality, one of their Matterport cameras, as you see here, which John could demo for you at the break if you're interested. And there, I did it too. Within these Matterport captures, we aggregate exhibition text along with related 3D captures, as well as audio and video materials from associated public programming and projects, all to support object-based learning and close looking. With virtual reality features, users can also tour the exhibitions immersively in a headset. What's really exciting here is that we've layered the immersive educational components, right? The Matterport captures of the exhibitions are themselves immersive and able to be viewed in a headset. In addition, though, we have this layer in Sketchfab that's with annotations that allows for additional immersive engagements with select objects within the exhibitions. And so 3 final quick points to mention here. One, the Matterport at the house was too small, really became a meaningful thing for the museum when the spring rains came unexpectedly, flooding several of the spaces at the Fowler, and it was just really heart-wrenching, to say the least. But eventually, the museum made the really difficult decision to take down the exhibition early. However, the Matterport was a way that we could continue programming, and honestly, it helped with insurance claims. There are real practical value to this type of immersive documentation work. And we understand that there may be accessible barriers for those who use immersive tools like this in the classroom. We've talked about it several times today. And I'm currently working with Travis Lee, Sal Santa Ana, and Carolyn Link around the Disabilities in Computing program here at UCLA to test these Matterport modules and identify any accessibility concerns and consider potential accommodations or modifications to improve accessibility. And then finally, in terms of future developments, the team is researching AR features that are built into the Sketchfab platform, and we're looking to explore how these digital objects can be shared at scale for use in any classroom or home. So with that, I'm going to invite up Chris, and I think we may go a little into the break. I hope that's okay for our discussion, but I want to invite up Chris, who is my dear colleague and collaborator. We're extending this content into Brew and Learn with the support of Chris Gilman, who's the Digital Curriculum Program Coordinator for the Digital Library Program. And thus far, we've created a full Canvas module with 13 parts for release in Canvas Commons. I'm gonna let you take it from here.
Thank you. Hi. I'm just getting acclimated here.
So that way,
Okay.
this way.
Okay. So as Francesca said, I work in the digital library program in the library. Our work there involves developing and overseeing the library's awesome digital collections And you can see here our recently refreshed digital collections homepage. And my role there is to help faculty and students use these collections in UCLA courses and research. And this role takes me pretty far afield in these collaborations here. I'll describe some others as well, and then loop back to Vital Matters. So Francesca should know because we are doing just that, integrating our digital collections into her course in her own DH 150, which is based on the Body Caching collection, a digital repository of over 7,000 items related to Cashin's remarkable career in 20th century fashion and design. And there are even more items in the library's special collections. These are not yet 3D or immersive, but they do access the sort of 3D, the Z-axis, if you will, of Zoom, as you see here in two views of this same item page, making details and textures of high-resolution imagery look very tangible. And so you can see just with a sketch and a swatch of cloth that kind of resolution and rapid delivery in our digital collections is important as sort of a foundational attribute of a research-worthy collection. So, what could be less fun than a learning management system? Well, not much. If all you use it for is posting PDFs, due dates, and using Turnitin to catch cheaters, plagiarists, and students who use ChatGPT to write their papers. I'm working with Francesca to support her class's flipped engagement with the digital collections, using Brew and Learn creatively to structure and embed collections content. The course structure is based on an innovative 3-unit template, which reflects our shared ideas about instruction and project sequencing. And this is an important innovation that we created here at UCLA. Online lab activities introduce students to complex digital proficiencies, such as IIIF-based linked imagery with playful hands-on exercises, such as this slider game on the right. So this is a digital humanities class, but we've tried this approach in a lot of other contexts. For those who aren't familiar with IIIF, it stands for International Image Interoperability Framework. It's really an important thing for students and faculty to know about. So entry-level activities can involve things like sliding around image tiles and seeing how that affects the underlying image URL codes. The digital and sort of digitality and materiality of collections items includes spatial environments. In another collaboration, Francesca recorded and created a 360-degree Captivate interactive presentation of a student inspection of patent medicine trade cards. Collection curator Russell Johnson from Library Special Collections, the Biomedical Library, leads instruction in Chen-Ling Liu Zilioni's course on history of medicine. And you can see here Russell is here showing a student about transparency of a patent medicine trade card. Chen-Ling is right over here, and Francesca is hidden right behind her. And this is all a 360 capture of this class session. It is a video as well, We realized it was important for students and others to really understand that 3D objects in their tangibility are also important in the context in which they're presented. So this is a resource that can be viewed, and it is interspersed with video and other materials in Captivate. On the right is a similar project that Francesca, Chen Ling, Doug, and I similarly collaborated on in 3D and 360-degree projects with Tony Friscia in the flesh at the UCLA Anatomy Lab. And the cadaver hand that Doug was referring to was part of this project. And you can see here the cautionary message that tells people not to do what I just did, which was take a screenshot of it and put it up for sharing. That's actually a warning message, and if you don't click on all of these in Captivate after you've put in your password, then you're not allowed in the front door. I should also say that I myself am very squeamish, and I never did walk through that door. They did, and I averted my gaze anytime we got to one of those dead hands. Lastly, we did the same thing with Anthony Banyaga in the UCLA Herbarium and Botanical Garden. So one characteristically long-scrolling lab activity in Bruin Learner Canvas revisits work I did with the Moore Lab of Zoology at Occidental College. It embeds sketchpad photogrammetry scans of bird specimens done by my former student, Josh Medina, and enables comparison with their historic representation in the 16th century Mesoamerican manuscript, now available online in the Getty Research Institute's Digital Florentine Codex. So just so you know, this is one page, just to show how long and involved it is. We've applied the same approach to develop modular curriculum materials for Vital Matters. These will be open educational resources, that is, learning objects posted for free download to any Canvas-based course site via Canvas Commons, and they'll be adapted for other learning management system platforms such as Blackboard. The centerpiece of learning activities is an embedded 3D model that you've seen, which students can engage directly on the LMS page. Here you see the tree of life on the left, which is juxtaposed with the tree of death on the right, in two sequential online lab activities. Both apply 3D annotation and introduce students to comparative detail analysis. Through this process, we hope to pave the way toward expanded collections of 3D artifacts and specimens and more normalized everyday engagement with these kinds of items in K-12 and university curriculum. Okay, so now I'll pass it on to Francesca.
So as we tend to do, we're very, very excited about our work, and we went over a little bit. And by a little bit, I mean a lot. So we are right up on the break. I think what I'm going to suggest is we have some discussion topics that we thought would be worthwhile for structuring the conversation. I'm just going to take a poll of those in the room. Would we like to continue with a brief conversation or take a break and maybe have those discussions during break? Raise your hand if you would like to take a break. Raise your hand if you would like to have some time for discussion. Okay, so we'll proceed forward with discussion. Majority rules. So wonderful. With that, let's open the floor for questions. These are our sort of framing questions that we have here for you today. Really, we're interested in, can you communicate emotion and reverence with digital objects, as we've sort of attempted to do with the Vital Matters project. We're also interested in thinking about product and process. How could we involve students in 3D, XR, knowledge creation why are XR and 3D learning experiences presumed less rigorous maybe than reading, for example? These are things that we, on a regular basis, are asking each other, and we've been chewing on for a long time. So with that, I'll open the floor to any questions you may have or discussion points in connection.
We have a microphone set up right here, so people can just line up if they wanna.
Awesome. Thank you.
I have a bunch of questions, but I can just ask one real quick. I'm really curious. I love this. Was all so great, and I think it's really beautiful to imagine these artworks having this like digital afterlife. I guess I had a question about like the white cube or something. Like there's this like very like sterile like museological Western approach to like having different objects in those spaces. And I think the Fowler pushes against that in really interesting ways with so many of its exhibits. I wonder if you've all been thinking about like I don't know. There's like almost like the same thing as the white cube, but within a browser. And so I was wondering if like some of these 3D objects that you scanned in so beautifully, if they might live in other kinds of simulated environments that are maybe closer to their origins in specific cultural contexts. So
not just the skybox.
I'm gonna pass that over to Amy right away.
Yeah, that's a really wonderful question, and the grant proposal originally written was very much to put these 3D objects in a simulated environment, and we had a number of advisors at the beginning of the project. And one brought up this issue of digital repatriation and the issues around that, and when it comes to ownership. And I think whereas I felt very comfortable, for example, with the early 20th century Senegalese doors of Sheikh Hamadou Bamba and his disciple Ibrahim Afal, which are restaurant doors, and the circumstances of their movement from Senegal to Fowler is a conversation that everyone feels very comfortable about, right? And there's no issues of the repatriation. So something like that, I would be very keen to move forward and do a simulated environment. Like, what's the weight of these doors? What is the sound of the conversations, going on in the restaurant, et cetera, et cetera. And with other objects, I'm more hesitant about that. Let's say with a 15th century yogini in terms of what temples did it come from, et cetera. So, but these are all conversations I really want to continue because I do think that brings up the emotionality of the object and their intended purpose. Anyone else?
I might just add very early on, I mean, you're seeing sort of, you screenshot a few versions, but they're not the final versions that are installed on the website yet. And one of the important conversations that we had early on was, how do you show reverence to digital objects, right? How do you make sure that, when you're dealing with digital, you're often, particularly in young people's minds, right, butting up against gaming, right? And how do you make sure that you're not gamifying objects in any way? And so we talked really intentionally about movement of the object. How can we control movement? Could we set speed? Could we set how you could turn something? And we thought about, in terms of the background, we actually moved away from white to black with dark lighting for the most part, because that moved away from that white box effect and that sterile environment. And even though it's still isolated, it felt a little less sterile. But it is a challenge, and we're still having those conversations as we sort of finalize, at least this round.
Yeah, and it's like a conference in itself, because you think about like Mitchell's what do images want, or Richard Davis's what do objects want, the lives of objects. And how much does then the intended purpose of the object's interaction with people and sort of in different like theological systems, the relationship between person and the gaze of the object, can come to bear fruit in a digital space. Like, it's a really interesting topic, so thank you.
Yeah, Danny actually took part of my question, so that's kind of fun. The other one is thinking about it almost a different way, where you have this really interesting kind of walking through a gallery and you've got the spatial context of that, you're kind of replicating 3D. How about doing that for objects that aren't in a gallery, or objects that are found, like, say, in special collections that aren't on display, like having some kind of return search that someone could walk through an on-the-fly virtual space as opposed to just, scrolling boxes of images that we have in Google? Would there be some kind of way of maybe using AR, something to generate a gallery on the fly, which I realize is not, maybe not ideal, but it's different. Is there any movement towards that?
I've thought about this kind of thing. I was looking for a while for like a WordPress for VR, something where you can just drag and drop stuff into VR. So you have these you have a museum exhibit and you have placeholder stands, and those placeholders can be pulling from a library of different objects. Whether or not something like that exists, I'm confident such a thing does and can exist, but my issue is still the same. The scans that I'm producing, just not a single one of them would be able to be put into Unity. And one of the things that I realized in VR is you can really bring objects super close to you and look at them, and that's when you can see whether or not the model's been really reduced. Usually, if you keep the texture file really high resolution, you can decimate the model down to dozens of polygons, and it still looks really good. That's how video game graphics can look so realistic. But from my point of view, I want to replicate the object as accurately as possible, and it's just not, the technology is just not there right now for me to be confident that, the boat, I can just send it to somebody and be confident that they can open it or look at it in VR if I were to put it in the, Unity store or something like that.
I might just add that we had a colleague from USC, Shawn, visit campus to present on his workbook Snake not that long ago, and it's a incredible platform that can pull IIIF material from select repositories and bring it instantly into ARs, like augmented reality, and place it within a space. And he's very interested in sort of a next iteration of the project, exploring just what you're talking about, sort of leveraging special collections materials and then thinking spatially with them. And so could he then have container storage for individual users that could then set them spatially in AR, and students could curate their own sort of special collection exhibitions in a library room that was set aside for them to do so, right? So they're all using the same space, but it can swap out for the different objects that they've selected.
Well, I just want to throw something out there. I know there's a company called Wonder that's putting Unreal Engine on the browser, and they've been working on trying to get Unreal Engine 5 on the browser. So that might just be something to keep an eye on.
Fantastic. I'm just going to repeat it for those on Zoom. So Wonder is, and it is connected with the Unreal Engine and has similar functionality, you're saying?
Yep. Yeah.
Fantastic.
I'm not tall enough for this microphone. I wanted to bring you back to your second question of how to get students involved in the 3D scanning process, which is very much what I'm dealing with at the moment. So first of all, 3D scanners like the ArcTech and Einscan ones that were demonstrated here today cost $30,000. So you have one, not enough for a classroom to be involved in using, but also post-processing does take a high level of skill. So I wondered if you could talk about how to teach students how to do 3D scanning and how to get them to do hands-on work with special collections and archival objects to learn how to do good scans, how to do the post-processing, and how to maybe bring in scanners that don't have the price point of $30,000 and to use some of the mobile applications, which I know we both use, like Polycam and Scaniverse. Thanks.
Yeah, fantastic question. Yes, please. So Doug is going to show a mini grant project that has been ongoing. A group of us have been meeting on a regular basis to explore just these types of questions, but also for faculty and general research and general users, right? How do you know which is the best scanner and the right price point and can fit your solution, right? Or fit the need of a project. Polycam, I'm gonna actually turn it over to Chris to talk a little bit about how we've incorporated, if you would be comfortable with that, to talk about how we've incorporated Polycam with Chenlin Luzlini in her class. We've done a number of different tutorials around sort of photogrammetry and LiDAR using Polycam.
So just as a reminder, Chenlin is the instructor in the history of science who teaches a whole range of things, but has also taught the history of human anatomy. She has brought her students into the Lux lab to work with Doug using the fancy scanner.
I can't do that. I don't have a walk-in space. I don't have a lab.
But let's just say that it was a neutral space.
I don't want to set any unreasonable expectations here. I come to you, I'm happy to find a space, but yeah.
For one of the early experiments, students themselves scanned themselves or scanned their own hands. In that sense, they had to sit still, which was very difficult for them. Doug scolded them every time they moved. But in the end, we got some very interesting, somewhat, I don't know, Picasso-like scans of people and hands. And then in subsequent activities, students used Captivate on iPhones and scanned Polycam, sorry, Captivate is the interactive thing, Polycam, which is accessible for the first 7 scans. It's free. I wasn't present, so I didn't see what they were scanning, but do you recall or Doug?
They did a lot of scans in botanical gardens, and it was of specimens that they had seen in the herbarium, and then to compare sort of the live version with the herbarium version, and then annotate those scans. And it was a real learning curve, but I think the benefit of something like Polycam or some of these apps when working with students is that the processing is offloaded. And in many cases, that makes light work, and then they just have to worry about exporting and putting it into something like Sketchfab to annotate.
Yeah, and generally what the students learn is that it is a rather difficult process and requires some practice and technique. But in the end, I think they get a great appreciation for the materiality, the dimensionality of specimens and artifacts. My dream in this role is that the library and the rest of the university proceed in developing large and robust collections so that we're not talking about necessarily, 1, 5, or 10 very high value objects, but literally hundreds, so we can do things like comparative analysis and corpus studies of large groups.
And I'm going to let Doug have the final word, and then we'll move on to our next topic.
Yeah, so just to quickly go over this particular project, the common knowledge group of all the UC campuses, libraries that have positions sort of like mine, we've been talking about doing this atlas where we have, I don't remember how many exact objects, like 8 very common, everyday, not patented objects representing different types of materials and surface qualities that you might encounter when you're 3D scanning stuff. And we kind of, each campus had their own particular 3D scanning method, and we did that across all the UCs, and we're kind of putting them together to kind of compare it. And the first pass we did, the results weren't great with the ion scans because we thought, let's just do it as novices and see what happens. But I think we're going to go back and actually give these scanners a proper showing, because right now the results are basically just an advertisement for RTech, as you could probably tell. And RTech is pretty pricey. But then going to your question about teaching students, I don't have a good answer for you. I certainly would not let somebody borrow one of the RTech scanners, right? I just can't afford to do that. One of the things with structured light scanning is that the learning curve is really just learning the software, like what key do you push and hold to bring up this tool, and then what button do you use to rotate versus pan. So like the learning curve for that is just, it's not something I think students need to learn or would be interested in learning necessarily. But that's I think unique to structured light. I think a better place to start would be photogrammetry, because you can just do that with your phone. It's not going to look nearly as good as these, but that would at least give them a sense of I guess, agency in this space. Like, I can actually create my own 3D model. So, yeah, as far as the 3D scanning stuff with students, I don't know. The drone I lend to graduate students who are going out into the field, and that's, when they're going in the field, it's covered by insurance. So I'm like, you know, have fun dealing with whatever country you're going to and their policy on drones, but that's about it, yeah.
Thank you so much for your attention. We'll move on to our next presentation. Say our next and final presentation of the day.
All right, next up we have Michael Karanicolas, the Executive Director of the UCLA Institute of Technology, Law, and Policy. Let's see, a collaboration between the School of Law and the School of Engineering. Before joining UCLA, he was the Wikimedia Fellow at Yale Information Society Project, where he remains an affiliated fellow. Prior to his academic career, Michael spent a decade as a human rights advocate, where he worked on projects to develop frameworks supporting freedom of expression and online privacy, especially among emerging democracies. His current research revolves around the application of human rights standards in novel technological contexts. This is Michael.
Thanks, and thanks very much to Joint General for the work to organize this. So many really interesting technologies and applications. Unfortunately, my role here is now to depress and scare you. So I'm the Executive Director of the UCLA Institute of Technology and Policy. That's a collaboration between the School of Law and the School of Engineering. I teach on both sides of campus. We have faculty affiliates on both sides of campus. And one of the classes that, and we have student researchers, we develop research and policy work, and one of the classes that we teach is called the Information Policy Lab. That's an experiential class that I designed and piloted last year for the purpose of onboarding students, law students, into the technology policy space. Every year we have a different thematic focus. Last year was on platforms and the news media. The class leads into this research product, which last year was on the relationship between online platforms and the press, and that fed into some legislative efforts both at the federal level and at the California level to create news media subsidy programs. We actually ended up hosting a hearing of the Senate Judiciary Committee in December, and this year our focus is on XR. And the reason why I wanted to focus on XR is, as the intro noted, I spent a lot of time working on content moderation. And I got my start in this space doing freedom of expression work, mostly in the Global South. And I started back in 2011, which I don't know if folks remember, but that was right after the Arab Spring, just absolute peak tech optimism, right? Democracy was on the march all around the world, and it was all thanks to Twitter and Facebook, right? So I was working in Tunisia, and I was working in Egypt, and working on all these post-revolutionary societies, and brimming with the potential of these new communications technologies. And then from 2013 to 2017, our biggest project was in Myanmar, and I was working on the democratic transition there. And while we were doing that work, I wasn't specifically there to work on tech and digital rights, but there was this tinderbox of hate bubbling under the surface, which, while I was there, erupted into the Rohingya genocide, and which was largely driven, as has now been well documented, by posts on Facebook. And as the violence got worse, this became an increasing focus of my work, including direct engagement with platforms to get them to pay attention. So when I first saw XR, I thought to myself, wow, this is a pretty cool tech. I wonder how they're going to moderate it. And the answer early on is like, they're not. But the problem is when you introduce humans to the equation of any new technology, particularly any social technology, problems follow. And it's been widely reported that as soon as they started rolling out social VR or gaming applications that involved users being able to connect with one another, to interact with one another in any way, there were immediate problems with groping, abuse, and sexual harassment. This is incredibly predictable to anybody who's worked in this space. In this past January, UK police initiated their first ever investigation over sexual assault that took place in VR. One of the speakers that we had for our policy lab is a researcher at Stanford named Britton Heller. She's a former prosecutor that works a lot on the privacy implications of XR. And as a former prosecutor, she's noted that when you speak to victims of sexual assault, of virtual sexual assault in XR, they present the same symptoms as people that have been assaulted in the real world. And all of this is the tip of the iceberg. Thinking ahead, there are going to be a range of other content challenges which are likely to manifest over time, mirroring our experience with traditional social media platforms. And although these problems are going to be the same, this is not like social media. These qualities of presence, embodiment, immersion, they produce these novel content challenges and enormous potential for these technologies to be misused. So I'm particularly concerned, I work a lot around misinformation and hate speech. These technologies have incredible potential as a vector for propaganda and manipulation due to the immersive nature of the user experience, right? So imagine political advertising, right? Imagine an experience where the user is placed into a room and they see a completely realistic rendering of Joe Biden, and that rendering, that avatar, then turns around and starts violently attacking an image, a rendering of a family member of the user, right? This is what Joe Biden is doing to America. Vote Trump. Now imagine something similar, depicting an undocumented Central American migrant, assaulting somebody who looks exactly like somebody you know or care about, or a trans person attacking your daughter or your sister. All of this is potentially possible when you consider the personalization and the immersive power of these new technologies. And even if you know that what you're seeing is a simulation, even if there's some kind of warning label there, the technology means you're going to see, it's going to impact you as if you're really seeing the thing that's in front of you. And that's because these technologies, through their invocation of spatial and direct memory, mean users can retain immersive technology experience far more powerfully. It builds much stronger convictions among their subjects. And this efficacy is further amplified because of the way that these technologies can monitor your heart rate, your pupil dilation, your reactions, right? Which makes sense because the idea is to make them maximally persuasive and immersive. But therein lies the danger. And the other reason why I wanted to focus on this issue is that in addition to these compounded harms, the tools to moderate social VR effectively at scale do not exist and are not expected anytime soon. You can look at the way major platforms already struggle to moderate real-time video. Moderation is far more difficult in an XR context as a result of the three-dimensional and multifaceted nature of the world and the heavily contextual nature of the interactions, right? So there's a lot of people that are approaching this like it's social media, when it's a radically different speech and content moderation dynamic. Thus far, the platforms that have opened up large social VR worlds have had a heavy reliance on human moderators, right, volunteers. And so long as XR remains on the relative fringes, that's fine. But if and when growth accelerates, and this becomes the default model of engagement with the online world, it's going to be a real problem. Because in a lot of ways, the moderation capabilities for these technologies are back where they were for social media back in 2010. But the regulatory and business environment for online platforms has changed enormously over the past decade. The public has very different expectations regarding things like product safety. The public has new levers in terms of pressure for digital intermediaries, right? Governments have all kinds of laws and rules in place about the speech that you need to police. And all of this has been crafted for traditional social media platforms, and this does not port neatly onto the context of social VR. So the reason why we wanted to do this research is to note these differences and the regulatory delta that is emerging and to offer recommendations. So in terms of potential solutions to this, well, one option is that custodians of virtual worlds will do everything they can to avoid hosting anything related to political or controversial content. Roblox is already there. Roblox has very strict rules around your ability to say anything political on the platform. Meta and Alphabet have both been sort of trending in that direction. Meta in particular has made a lot of comments. This ties back into the work we've done around news media subsidy programs. Meta has been trying to move its products away from news for a while now, because honestly, they've been talking about how it's just not worth the headache. The money's not there anyway, and it's just not worth the hassle. And I view this as a problem for society and democracy if this becomes the primary way in which we engage with the information society, right? I think that discussion of news and current events needs to take place where the people are, where the people's attention is. If XR is the forum, XR is the agora, right? Then it's important that the news content be allowed to be there if you want to maintain a politically engaged electorate, which is fundamental to democracy, right? You'll note that the Metavers currently is not offered in countries that have particularly repressive speech rules. It's only been rolled out in a few European and North American markets, and that's probably why they don't want to deal with the regulatory hassle that comes with operating in Saudi Arabia. So my focus thus far has been on major platforms, but all of these legal standards apply just as much to smaller and nonprofit systems. I like that image up there of Mastodon. Mastodon is a massive black hole of legal liability right now as a result of the content that they host. Instant hosts haven't been prosecuted or sued yet, but they are absolutely open to it if you run a large instance. And the fact that they haven't been targeted so far is the result of prosecutorial discretion and a lack of regulatory focus on them, which can easily change. And all of these rules apply equally to folks running nonprofit social VR instances. So the second option are these empowering community-based moderation structures, right? Major platforms love this idea. Everybody wants to be Wikimedia, right? Wikipedia. Any ideas why Meta wants to be Wikipedia? What's the benefit of having your users do the moderation for you? Yeah?
Reliability.
Reliability?
No reliability.
No reliability. Yeah, that depends. This is the lawyer in me coming out. It always depends. But certainly from an accountability perspective, right, it's really handy if you can say to a government that's angry about the content that you host, listen, we're really sorry, it's not our decision. It's the users that are responsible. It's not us. Any other ideas why? Yeah?
Save money.
Nice and cheap, isn't it? Isn't it great when your community does the policing for you? You don't have to hire like an aircraft hangar full of minimum wage workers that are sitting there clicking through horrible content. Much better. And so Meta has been trying to adopt this model for a while. The problem is these systems are incredibly difficult to set up and maintain, right? Wikipedia is able to do it, but Wikipedia also has this nonprofit ethos, a repository of free and open access to the world's knowledge. You can argue that Reddit has kind of made this decentralized, community-driven moderation work, kind of, but they have also never been profitable. And one of the reasons for that is because their moderation community goes berserk when they try to increase revenues. And there's a fundamental tension between the consolidation of these communities on these profit-driven platforms and the demand on users to police themselves. And that leads some people to think about a potential public utilities model. Ethan Zuckerman over at UMass Amherst has been working in this space for a while. There are conceptual and technical challenges here, especially around content moderation that impacts constitutionally protected speech. But more than anything else, I think all of this tees up important questions about what our social VR world, what our social XR world is, and what we want it to be, right? And this is the real reason why I wanted to take on this project, because ultimately what we have right now is an opportunity. And it's an opportunity to build a better information environment from the ground up, right? This is a conversation that never happened with social media. The first decade where social media was being rolled out was extremely hands-off. No regulation, don't want to disrupt the innovators and the creators, let the communities grow. And then all these harms manifested. And governments started passing all of these new laws, tackling different aspects of the problem. We need misinformation laws, we need child safety laws. We need laws around job owning and political content moderation. And I'm not saying that all of these laws are good or bad. Some of them are well crafted, some of them are terrible. But throughout the conversation on social media, around problematic content on social media, we've been so focused on putting out these fires that there hasn't been really any discussion about fireproofing and about developing an architecture that is conducive to a robust speech environment. We are stuck with the architecture that we have on social media because that's where people are, and because we started the regulatory game too late. And I think as with XR, we have an opportunity that we didn't really have before. So I don't know if the lights is a cue. I'll take it that way anyway. Sure. So I'll talk briefly about, when I talk about architecture, there's questions around interoperability and concentrations of power. There's questions around whether you're better off with the professionalization of a standalone content moderation ecosystem, what people call middleware, as opposed to concentrated power in the hands of a few intermediaries. There's pros and cons to all of these questions. But again, the bottom line is that now is the time to be having this policy conversation before mass adoption. I'll talk briefly about two other aspects of this paper, of the research that we're doing. One, so the students are developing 3 research papers. One of them is about content, and then the second one, and the second and third are about privacy and surveillance. On the privacy side, there's a similar legislative delta emerging, right? Where legislators and regulators have finally gotten their arms around this challenge related to social media platforms, right? They've finally started to figure out how to regulate privacy for social media platforms, and the dynamic is about to shift dramatically with the addition of the kinds of body data that can be taken in by these things, with the third-party data that can be taken in. Again, it's another area where the legislation is far behind where the technologies are. And similarly, when we think about governance, there's this tension that's been playing out over the past decade to 2 decades between users, platforms, and governments, with the 3 kind of jockeying back and forth about how the rules should be developed, how they should be applied, who should be responsible for them. And that is also going to be reignited as more people move into this world. Citizen engagement and empowerment are, there's an enormous potential for these tools as a way of empowering their users and facilitating greater engagement in the electoral and political processes. But these are met by equally significant challenges related to manipulation and surveillance, and questions about XR citizenship and the role of governments in this new space are going to be incredibly challenging to deal with as well. So I'm going to leave it there. Would really welcome more discussion or any questions that you have, and I'm delighted to chat further about these issues. Sure.
Lisa.
Lisa.
There you go.
You said we are woefully behind in regulating these environments, which I agree. In an ideal world, if we'd put regulations in place before their development, what would those regulations have been in your mind?
For social media?
All of these XR technologies that you're talking about.
It's easier to answer with social media because we have the benefit of hindsight. What we should be doing related to XR, I have a draft, but it's not very good. So let me answer that with regards to social media, and then try to apply these things that I said to XR. So the biggest challenge that we face with regard to the current platform ecosystem, I think, relates to concentrations of power. And partly that's the result, that's the inevitable result of these network effects. But, you know, there are, in addition to the traditional antitrust toolkit that you have, which is preventing mergers and preventing anti-competitive behavior and yada, 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 you know, the main thing that people are trying to figure out now with regard to online platforms is how to square this circle between robust interoperability, adversarial interoperability, right, and the need to protect privacy. Because there's a fundamental tension with the ability of a person to be able to move across different platforms and across different services and take their data with them, and an equivalent demand that the platform that a user gives their consent to does not share it outside the ecosystem that they have consented to, right? That's a fundamental architectural challenge that came as a result of the way that social media developed, right? So I think there are fundamental questions about the ways that different companies' offerings fit together and standardization and harmonization of that should be addressed from the outset so that we're not left in a situation of trying to disentangle this gigantic single dominant walled garden, right? That's one. I think on the content side, and again, this gets back into the middleware issue, I think we really need to think through more thoroughly where we want the power of governments to begin and end, and where we want the power of digital intermediaries to begin and end, and how we want this information ecosystem, how we view these different centers of power, institutions of knowledge and governance that we have, how we view them as nudging people to be responsible and engaged citizens without manipulating them towards a particular political angle. It's a really fine balance there, and it's a very controversial question. But I mean, the way that this has evolved for online platforms is essentially through this weird combination of law and informal pressure, right? Where governments, if they can't order Mark Zuckerberg to do something because it's unconstitutional, they drag him in front of Congress and have him get yelled at by a bunch of like parents of dead kids. And that's the solution. And again, there are constitutional and design questions that we should be asking. I think that the speech questions are an aspect of it, but I think a lot of this comes down to these architectural questions about the way that people engage in XR, and you know, the intermediaries, platforms, designers, they have an enormous amount of influence on that. both in terms of overt ways, right? You kick someone off the platform if they say a particular slur. That's not very subtle. But then there's all these subtle things that you can do, like controlling how closely people talk to one another, controlling how many people is the default for a particular conversation, managing the number of participants, and how communities can grow. These are all complicated architectural questions that impact the content of speech. And I think that we need to think carefully about, and right now, the focus of that is entirely in the private sector from the perspective of what's going to sign more people up. What do people want? And I think that the focus needs to be how do we build a robust information society as opposed to just leaving it to companies to grow in the best way that they can.
Hey, so my question is kind of related to this. I used to be, up until a few years ago, pretty hawkish on privacy. Like I wanted pretty absolute privacy in my phone, my computer use, et cetera, et cetera. Then I listened to a very frightening podcast about the proliferation of child sexual abuse material in the digital world and how, social media, smartphones, all that stuff has enabled that. And that completely changed my views on privacy. And I'm wondering if you can talk about what we as the public would have to give up in order to make these platforms, safe in that way. I don't see it so much as a free speech issue, right? Because the First Amendment doesn't give me the right to tweet or to have a Facebook account or anything like that. But there are still, privacy concerns, regulation concerns. Do we want the government regulating the companies and therefore regulating us, or do we want the companies to do it themselves? The combination of the two, just curious what your thoughts are.
I mean, so the First Amendment kind of gives you that right. Or what I should say is that the First Amendment, it's problematic if the government tells you that you can't have a Twitter or a Facebook account.
Sure, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about people getting kicked off of Twitter for, conspiracy theories, and then those people complaining about their free speech or whatever. That's not.
So, that case is also in front of the Supreme Court right now. And I agree with you. I think that if we were to go back 5 years, I would tell you that it's insane to imagine that Facebook doesn't have the right to refuse service to whoever it wants.
Right.
But there have been bills that have been passed in Texas and Florida saying exactly that, and they're currently under Supreme Court review.
Small government, party of small government,
well,
yeah.
Right. And I think those laws are insane. But I think it's anybody's guess what the First Amendment means these days. And I am absolutely not confident in rendering a prediction on how that's going to go. Yeah. So stay tuned. In terms of the privacy and safety challenge, it's really hard to describe this stuff without defaulting to discussion of social media, because it's not social media. But a lot of the attention right now is around the need to protect kids. In order to develop effective child protection mechanisms, you need to know who among your users are what age. And that requires a degree of surveillance to do effectively that a lot of people are not comfortable with. So that's the privacy dynamic that concerns a lot of people is, in order for Meta, for example, to introduce protections that only apply to users that are under 18, they need an effective way of knowing who's under 18. So why don't we just get everybody to upload their driver's license to Meta, and they can have a giant database of that, and people are laughing, but I mean, honestly, there are not very many ways for companies to do this effectively. I don't want to say the company, but I had a conversation with somebody in a particular company that was talking about child safety mechanisms. And they were saying, yeah, we really need to make sure that kids that are under 12 aren't using our services. One of the things that we're trying to demo out is we're going to measure how far a user's headset is from the floor, and that's how we'll know if it's a kid. Now, bear with me for a second.
Or the opposite, right? You sit down in a chair, all of a sudden you get kicked off.
If your mechanism for child safety can be defeated by a box, we need to be thinking more clearly about how this stuff works. And at the end of the day, it comes down to, you know, the level of surveillance that we want in order to keep us safe. That's not a new dynamic. That's something that we've been arguing about for, you know, I don't want to say thousands of years, but certainly over a century. But there are all kinds of new dimensions because of the way that that surveillance can be weaponized and because of the way that these new tools can be weaponized. So, you know, that was a very long way of saying, like, I don't know, I guess, but certainly, like, it's the tension is absolutely there.
Thank you.
Yeah, my question is going to build off of kind of a social media example into XR. So I did a project on the Dakota Access Pipeline and the protests, and it took all of my research funds to get 2 weeks of tweets around around like 3 hashtags. And that was just to see how the networks were forming and how the protesters were forming their own groups. If you have, like, say, a 2-week, you know, this is basically pocket change for the corporation that is building the pipeline. And so they would have, like, better access to, say, the network structures and than the people themselves who are building these network structures. Is there any protection for, like, an XR environment for that? This is not like the government coming in, but say, I'm forming a group of protesters in an XR environment. Great, now I'm the oil company, and I would say, I want to know everything that is, like, all the hashtags, all the conversations around this. Here's a pile of money, give it to me. Like, how do we avoid that kind of thing? Where the very tools that people are using to organize, so against, say, a corporate entity, that corporate entity can then buy and figure out what's going on.
I mean, the question of protest in XR is a really fascinating one. Like, I remember ages ago, I read an article that was arguing that DDoS attacks are a form of legitimate protest. And I think I might be inclined to believe it if it wasn't for the fact that, like, they usually involve forcibly taking over somebody's people's devices. But if you, for example, got 10,000 people together to voluntarily sign up that you were all going to ping Exxon's website and bring it down as a form of protest, I mean, how is that different from 10,000 people standing in front of the headquarters and waving signs around and stopping cars from driving in, right? It is a fascinating dynamic, even though I don't think that's exactly what you were asking about. The researcher access question is really interesting, or sorry, the access to information question generally is more interesting. We have these rules around data collection and data dissemination that are, like, kind of vaguely defined. They're better defined in the EU as opposed to the US, which is really still dominated by the consent model because we all read all of those terms of service that get thrown in front of us every time. If you have a consent-based model of data, I mean, honestly, you give your data to Meta or to Roblox or whatever, and it's theirs now, and they're going to do what they want with it. That's an oversimplification, and there are rules around keeping your data safe, but the need to legislate around the dissemination and sale of your data and the data broker industry are real and are enormous. There's been some jockeying at the federal level about that, but nothing conclusive going on. Nothing worth watching yet, as far as I can tell. There's a related question about researcher access to user data, where the EU has actually been quite proactive on, and there are now requirements under, keep mixing up the DSA and the DMA, but I think it's the DSA that requires accredited academic researchers to get access to their data, to data from the major platforms in order to inform direct research on what's going on. And that's incredibly important because otherwise, I mean, I guess, speaking to a room full of academics, so they understand why access to data is important. But more broadly, without that kind of relationship legally enshrined in law, it's up to the platforms who they give access to or not. And that creates a dangerous relationship where you have the academics that are meant to be scrutinizing these platforms, who are also dependent on them for their careers and advancement. So that's been passed in the EU. I've heard some noise about something similar being passed in the US, which would be nice because I'm not an EU researcher. But yeah, I mean, it's an interesting area of law, and I think that's something that does port over fairly naturally between social media and XR.
Hi. I was kind of thinking when you were talking about how having a virtual experience can end up feeling like you had it in real life. It almost kind of reminded me of like when people first saw like a train movie, they like jumped out of the way and stuff. Like, do you think that this technology is just so new that that feeling will diminish as it becomes like more adopted? And then the second part of my question was, how did they actually measure that the people that experienced something in the virtual world, that it impacted them as if it were reality? Thanks.
So that story is anecdotal and was just told to me from a colleague named Britton Heller who researches this stuff. And she just said that because she has been a prosecutor and has dealt with victims in both contexts. And it said like, I was trained to look for the following like indicators, and all of those were there. So that's not a formal study. Maybe there has been a study, but I'm just repeating something that somebody told me. Who's a researcher and a former prosecutor? But yeah. In terms of the novelty of these technologies and whether we'll be desensitized to them, I mean, that's interesting. I feel like these things have a very powerful way of hacking your consciousness. And human beings have spent, you know, thousands and thousands, however many years, evolving to get to this point where we treat what we see in front of us as being real. And it's going to be really tough to unlearn that in the amount of time between these things, when these things are popularized, right? I think that the analogy that a lot of people make around social media is it's like sugar and fat, where we're all hardwired to consume as much sugar and fat as we possibly can, because in a hunter-gatherer context, you don't get a lot of sugar and you don't get a lot of fat, and your body needs as much energy as it can. So if it sees a big pile of sugar there, you better consume that immediately, because who knows when you're going to eat next. And the way that our information, the way that we're not really good at regulating that, because that's not how we've evolved, is similar to the way that we react to the modern information environment, where we're driven towards polarization and excitement and outrage in ways that are, you know, that make sense because of the way that our brain is wired, but are problematic when we get a constant feed of that stuff coming into our brain for our phones. So I don't think we've done a very good job. Social media has been around for, what, 15 years? Almost 20 years now? I don't think we've done a really good job of adapting to it. And I think that a lot of the problems in our politics and society are as a result of that disconnect and the fact that our brains are still catching up to where the technology is. And it seems to me like the technology is getting faster, and our brains are going to fall further and further behind. So, you know, I like to be optimistic, but I think that there is a lot to be nervous about in these technologies as well. And it's 4:10 and there's no more questions, so that's perfect. Thanks again, this has been fantastic.
We are just going to wrap things up. I promise I will be swift, but there are treats involved, so please stay. Thank you again, Michael, for that incredible presentation. Really thought-provoking. I think I have a lot to think about, actually, in terms of these things moving forward. First and foremost, please, if you wouldn't mind, provide us some quick feedback. We want these events to be useful to our community. So 3 questions. If you answer them, you get a brownie in the back. So please take a moment and give us some feedback if you wouldn't mind. And while you're doing that, please let me share my thanks, really, for your participation today, both those of you who are in the room and those of you who are still with us online. I think there's maybe a few left. Thank you all for sticking it out with us. Your passion, ideas, and actions are the driving force behind the movement of XR work on campus. And as we conclude this summit, let's carry forward the energy and connections forged here, empowering each other to continue pushing boundaries, challenging norms, and advocating for needs and changes and support. So together, I really do believe that we are the catalyst for transformative action. So thank you all again for being here and participating. I also just want to take a moment to thank our keynote speaker, Amanda Licastro. If you would give her one more round of applause. Your work and your research with us on XR. Really, we have so much to think about moving forward, and I hope this is the beginning of much more of that. And then thank you also to all the speakers and demo hosts who shared their work here today. We can't do this without all of you. Your work is brilliant, insightful, and meaningful, and so we thank you for sharing it with us. Thank you to my fellow summit coordinators. If you wouldn't mind standing one more time for a round of applause. Thank you. You made this all happen, really. I mean, it just was masterful. And I want to thank our sponsor, PicoVR, and hand it over to Janar to do a draw. I think someone's going to get some goodies here. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to Janar, and with a final thanks again to DataX, the English department, the Digital Humanities program, and the Social Sciences Center and Education. Social Science Center for Education and Technology for being such amazing partners. You really, really are. So thank you. Now for big treats.